11. I think it's 11. Can you hear me okay? Any weird buzzes? All good? All right. Okay. December 8th, day 11. So we're going to finish up 10 and get into 14 and 15 tonight. And just a reminder, feel free to break open that midterm. You can go to your class marker login, your class marker account, and I think it's about halfway down the page, but it's labeled midterm exam, and just complete that by next Wednesday. And we'll go over your questions, not the whole thing, but just your questions, the confusing part. Sometimes it'll make sense. You'll get back the ones that you got wrong. It won't tell you the right answer, but maybe that will make you think of what the right answer really was, because sometimes you get it down to between two. But we're looking for the ones that are truly confusing. So we'll go over them. And at this point, anything, right? Anything from any exam, you can retake those exams, I think at least once. So whether you want to save the retakes until closer toward your review time or whatever works for you, but feel free to reach out, ask me questions about whatever you run across. Hopefully you're seeing some other things online. Maybe you're using some other methods, YouTube channels, videos, things like that. And that's okay. Run them by me. Make sure that the current information. Yeah, here we go. We've been talking about specifically contracts in North Carolina, obviously, and our practices for offer and acceptance. What is it that, what units are in the midterm? I have that written down somewhere. They pretty much go up through contracts. So as soon as we're done with 10, we will have covered everything you need to take that midterm. So a buyer makes an offer. The seller accepts that offer, signs the offer paperwork, hopefully intending to turn it into a contract. The seller tells their listing agent that they did so. And the listing agent calls the buyer agent at 10:30 at night, because why not? Let's get this thing squared away. And tells them, seller has signed everything. Congratulations, we are under contract. And the agent helping the buyer is indeed their buyer's agent. And so they, of course, call their client and tell them that the seller has agreed to everything and that they expect they'll get the paperwork with all signatures maybe that evening, maybe the next day. And then often the buyer agent will say, okay, I don't have the checks yet, the earnest money and due diligence check. They may not even be written. They might be, but they certainly are not turned in yet, because you don't turn them in, of course, to the seller until you actually have a contract, because that check for due diligence is made out to the seller. We can't have them cashing that check until it's a done deal. And then the earnest money needs to be turned in. What's the deadline for turning in the earnest money to whoever is holding it in their trust account? How many days to turn in that earnest money? $3 days. Thank you. In the chat, good job. Yeah, 3 days. That is earnest money. Let's see here. Let me get that comment section pulled up. I can find it. There it is. And syllabus. All right. So let's take a little detour, because this is that point, one of those points in the material where the textbook unit is crossing over into the license law and commission rules. So let's take a look here. There we go. All right, here is your syllabus. See if I can find. Should be back this way. Looking in the license law commission rules section of the syllabus. Toward the end. Hopefully you're very familiar with that by now. I would like for you to have read through the syllabus of the license law and commission rules half a dozen times by now. And the comments section, at least hopefully as much. Comparing the two. Here we go. So license law and commission rules, we looked at that first day. Remember, we looked at section A. I think I pointed out that, of course, A and B are pretty simple. They're the basics. Who makes up the real estate commission? How many commissioners are there? Go ahead and tell me in the chat or out loud. I think I have you all turned up. How many commissioners, real estate commissioners, are on the board of real estate? And when do those commissioners get voted on? Oh, he's going to be like that, huh? Something doesn't quite compute. Is the little rainbow wheel spinning? Because you're like, wait, voted on? We've never. No, they're not voted. What a jerk. That's teachers the worst. They're appointed. They're not voted on. So you know what? That could be something that shows up, though. Just the whole point is, do you know it? To test, do you know it? They are not voted on. They are appointed, right? Big difference. They're not voted on. They're appointed. And they're appointed. They serve 3-year terms. They serve 3-year terms. So there will never be an entire brand new board any one year, right? They roll off eventually. So maybe 1 year they need to add 2. Maybe another year they need to add 1. And how do they go about adding them? The makeup of the commission needs to include 7 of them who are appointed by the governor, 1 of them who is appointed by the North Carolina House, and another that is appointed by the North Carolina Senate, right? So they monitor the makeup. So if the one appointed by the Senate rolls off that year, they need the Senate to appoint a new one because they need to have one appointed by them at any given moment. 7 by the governor, 1 by the House, 1 by the Senate. And then 3-year terms. And then how many on the 9-person commission have to not be in the field of real estate? At least how many are not supposed to be in real estate out of those 9? One question, the question I'm going to ask you next is how many have to be in real estate? So 2 questions. How many have to be, and then how many must not be? And the answer to one of them is 3, and the answer to the other is 2. So which is it? Which is the one that must not be in real estate? There it is, Ben. 2. Think about it. Maybe 3 versus 2. Think, well, it's a real estate commission. We need more people in real estate than are not. But we definitely need some that are not to get an even representation or a fair representation. So there must at any given time be no less than 2 non-real estate licensees. 2 people not in the real estate business. And at any given moment, there must be at least 3 who are in the real estate business. What I've noticed over the years is that commissioners who are not in the real estate business tend to be attorneys. Just an observation. You're not going to be tested on that. So it's either attorneys or appraisers or realtors, maybe instructors. One of the commissioners, I think I've mentioned to you before, is Cindy Chandler, and she is both an instructor a commercial broker. And yeah, so both. She's an instructor and a commercial broker. And then there's a handful right now that are attorneys, not real estate attorneys, but attorneys. So that's pretty much all of B, right? What can they do? What is the commission responsible for? Well, education. They oversee us as schools to make sure we teach correctly and the information that they say you need to know. They also do what? What else does the real estate commission do? Yeah, reprimand, meaning disciplinary action. What are those 4 disciplinary actions that they could possibly do? Reprimand is one of them. What's the other 3? That's good, Matthew. Regulate timeshares. You got that right. Reprimand and what and what and what? Revoke, going straight to the worst case. I like it. Revoke, give me that license back. You have proven you can't handle it safely, properly, so we don't want you in the business anymore. That's revoke. Reprimand is the other end of the extreme. Hey, you know what? You could do better. Slap on the wrist, note in the file, let's do better. And then 2 in between. Reprimand and revoke, and then 2 in the between those. Suspend. Yeah, we see suspend a lot in the bulletin. Bulletin shows up with suspend a whole lot. And quite often it will show a suspension that gets suspended. Yeah, that's good. Close. S instead of T, but real close, Ben. Censure is the other one. Censure is sort of like a reprimand, but if you're a first-time offender, I think you'd probably get the reprimand first. Let me see. Just got a notification from the commission, not personally. Here we go. Their December bulletin. Brand new, hot off the press. Let's see where we are. Do this. There we go. So here's our licensee count, just out of curiosity. Let's see. We have 16,212 firms licensed right now. Active full brokers, 76.4. Active provisionals, 58 roughly. So what is that? About 81 and a half, almost 82, something like that. We're still hovering around that level. By the way, guys, this is good news for you guys. Next month in January is when the Realtor Trade membership subscriptions are due, the renewal to maintain your realtor status. And the prediction is there's going to be some agents who, for whatever reason, decide not to do it anymore. Maybe 600,000 agents possibly getting out of the business. It's going to be agents perhaps who got in it and enjoyed kind of how if they had a connection getting sellers to list with them pretty easily, and then they're getting hit by this market change, that's a pretty big shock to the system. If you think last year, 2 years ago, last couple 3 years was the norm, and then all of a sudden you're not having life be quite so easy, because in a normal market, by the way, it's not typically the case that you just come out of the starting gates listing houses left and right. If maybe you're plugged into a network of people who immediately trust you and hire you to list their houses, the last 3 or 4 years was a gold mine, because all you needed to do was list it and they would come, right? Because it was such a seller's lopsided market. Still a seller's market, but there's also higher interest rates. There's also tired buyers that just aren't willing to get beaten up quite so much. So it's not quite as easy. And I think that's the kind of agent that may be looking for other solutions. So 2 lessons there. Be encouraged in any change, any shift in market, there's opportunity for everybody, including us. We just shift our focus. Instead of trying to fight over listings, we just try to learn all we can about buyers and just help them all, whoever, and then just reach out and meet as many people as you can, because the market will bounce back. And at that point, if you're established as the person's local go-to real estate genius, or even just knowing a little more than they do, you're going to do well. So we're getting some people kind of out of the way. They'll probably keep renewing their license, but they're taking W-2 jobs. The other lesson there is keep your job. Start this gradually. Unless you have a year's worth of expenses saved up, I would not take the leap. I'd be kind of safe, play it safe. You just never know. You could do great and get 3 under contract in your first month, but are they going to close? You're very nervous until they do, right? It's no way to live a life. It's a miserable time. In October of 2008, had 4 closings on the schedule, and all of them fell through. So back then, the average closing price was about $200,000. So what is that? $6,000 each. So I was expecting $25,000 ish to come in that 1 month, and that turned into 0. And I had to pay Remax $1,000 a month, whether I sold something or not. Big shock. And then that was 2008. And then I'm like, oh, is this what's happening now? Oh, and it was. People just kind of shifted. The market shifted. And we're going to talk about that when we get into Units 14. Talk about that financial upheaval and what that means, and how that affected foreclosures and these things called short sales and deed in lieu of foreclosure, all that fun stuff. Well, here we go. We got 3 disciplinary actions in December. That's good. The last month, I think we had about 3 times that. Oh, okay. This one's interesting. This person had a criminal conviction. How much time do we have to report a criminal conviction? If we are convicted of a crime, how long do we have? How many days? It's not 3. How many days? It's either 10 or 60. How many days is it to report a conviction? It's probably going to surprise you, right? You would think it'd be so serious, therefore it would be a shorter amount of time, but it's actually the longer of the two. It's 60 days. You have 60 days to report a conviction. You have 10 days to report the change of name, address, phone number, things like that. They want to be able to track you down. The conviction, they give you a little more time to report that. How many days do you have to report an arrest? You get arrested, how many days do you have to report that to the real estate commission? Remember, I'm in a sneaky mood tonight. Yeah, there it is, Keisha. That's a good way to answer it. It's not the arrest. It's when you're found guilty and therefore it becomes a conviction. So yeah, arrest, you don't have to report. Accusation, you don't have to report. The test could throw those words in there. So don't think crime, criminal involvement, 60 days. No, conviction of a crime, 60 days. So yeah, this person was convicted for some marijuana possession, failed to timely respond to 2 letters of inquiry, meaning the big brown envelope from the commission. So you know what? The criminal conviction, so be it. They did it. They did, in fact, submit it. But the big no-no was they did not respond to the letters of inquiry. If you're not cooperative when the commission reaches out and wants more information, that probably gets you in worse trouble than the thing they're asking about to begin with. And then also had some additional drug misdemeanor convictions in 16. They're going to find it out. So the other lesson there is just tell them everything. And then here's a reprimand. Acted as a buyer's agent for a client who contracted to buy a vacant lot. After the termination of the contract, that buyer client filed a complaint against the listing agent. And during the investigation, this buyer agent failed to provide a response to multiple letters of inquiry. There we go again. I've not read these yet. So 2 in a row not, you have, by the way, you have 14 days to respond to their letter of inquiry. When you get the big brown envelope or email, whatever form it comes in, you got to submit your response, your substantive information, your files on that circumstance situation within 14 days. And then here's a suspension for 90 days. Acted as a listing agent for residential property on a lake and included a boat dock. After it went under contract, discovered the dock lacked a tag. Further discovered the dock was not permitted. Buyers terminated the contract without expending any funds. Respondent disclosed the lack of permit issue to the next buyer. Failed to timely reply to multiple levels. I've never seen this many. All three of them did not respond timely to the letters of inquiry. So there's a lesson in and of itself. That's the world of real estate in North Carolina this past few months as of December. Let's pick back up here. Oh, it was this. Here we go. Okay, so the commission, we know the disciplinary, the commission does not fine licensees except which kind? What kind of licensees can get fined by the commission? Only one kind. They don't normally fine us. They do one of the other four things unless we are a timeshare developer. There you go. Good job. They don't fine BICs. They fine timeshare developers. All right, let's see. So that was B, and then C, don't forget, Section C of the License Law Commission Rules, Section 21, letter C. C is all the stuff that you will not find in the comments PDF. So when you're looking through this comments PDF, these are the 10 things that you won't find in there. These 10 things are not located here. They're located in either the Commission Rules 58 section or the License Law 93 section. But they're the easy ones. Provisional broker is what you'll be when you first get the license. What do you need to do to become non-provisional? Take some courses. What courses? That's it. You got it. 3 30-hour posts, total of 90 hours. And how much time do you have to complete those 3 courses? 18 months. Some people mistakenly say 180 days or things like that. It's 18 months, a year and a half to complete those posts, or sooner, as soon as you can find a school willing to give them to you, as soon as you can possibly take them. By the way, you can take them self-directed if you want to be bored to tears, but hey, if that's your thing, I'm not going to say don't do it, but you could get it done real quick. It's just that you're sitting there watching and reading instead of having somebody to kind of interact with. But it is allowable. So then you become a non-provisional broker. Once you become a non-provisional broker, because let's say you took all 3 of those classes within your first 3 months. Let's say you chose to do that. You knocked them out. You're 15 months early. Now you're a non-provisional broker. Can you go ahead and start your own firm and become a BIC? Why not? It's experience, but it's more than a year. One more, try again. 2 years experience if it's full-time real estate. 4 years experience if you're working in real estate on a part-time basis. So either 2 or 4 experience in order. And how do you prove that? Not so much tested, but just for your information, it's a combination of things. Basically, you have to prove to the commission, maybe through the number of transactions you've done. Maybe if you have a full-time job, like a W-2 normal regular people job, that's what I call a non-real estate job, a real job, jokingly. Can you really expect the commission to believe that you also worked full-time in real estate for 2 years while also working a full 40-hour-a-week job, getting W-2 salary. If you can prove that and they believe it, then maybe you have a shot. But it's going to be number of transactions. What were you doing in those last few years? And it's a variety of things. It's case by case, not like just an automatic formula. Then you can start your own firm. Once you have the experience, you can become a BIC. So therefore, you can start your own firm and be the BIC of that firm. Because in order to be a broker in charge, you need 2 years experience full-time. And then what else? To become a BIC, what else is required to become a broker in charge? Yeah, the course. How long is that course? It's available online. It's not given by a school like us. It's given only by the Real Estate Commission. They reserve the right to be the only provider of the BIC course. And by the way, if you want to keep other people's money in a trust account, you can take a trust account course. That is required if you open a trust account. And that too is given by the commission. We're not allowed to give that as schools. The commission gives both of these courses, BIC and trust account course. But the BIC course is a 12-hour course, 12-hour course. And then there's a timeline involved in the BIC course. If you take the broker in charge course, how much time do you have to declare yourself a BIC or BIC eligible once you've taken the course? Yeah, there you go. I'm writing something to share with you here in a second. If you take the course, you have 1 year. I'm not going to share it. It didn't turn out so well. If you go ahead and declare yourself BIC because you joined a firm that hired you as a BIC, or you started your own firm and named yourself BIC, then you have 120 days to take the course. So if you declare yourself first, you got to take that course sooner because you need to hurry up and learn how to be a BIC so that you can successfully be in charge. But if you go ahead and take the course, you're not a BIC yet, you're not BIC eligible yet, you have a whole year to declare yourself those things. What else? What happens to your license if you fail to complete all 3 post classes in the 18 months? Does it go expired or inactive? Yeah, there it is. Inactive. Inactive is about education and affiliation, either or. Got to affiliate with the firm. When you get your license, in order to activate it, you've got to affiliate with the firm. And then in order to keep the license activated, you've got to maintain your education. What else do you have to do? The thing about expired, what could you fail to do to result in your license expiring? Yeah, what would cause your license to expire? It's the money. There it is. It's the money, not the education. It doesn't matter about education. Your license expiring is all about that $45 renewal fee. Paying that. When is it due? When do you have to pay the $45 by? What date? June 30th. Good job. What about the CE, continuing education? When is that due? Not the 30th. It's another June date. close. There it is, Matt. Yeah, June 10th. Thank you, Keisha. June 10th is the continuing education. June 30th is the money. And the post-licensing classes are not necessarily a June date. It just depends on when you get your license. So it's 18 months from when you get your license. Those ones are easy to miss and they're easy to get. So just got to memorize those things. The logic behind the June 10th is the commission needs those remaining 3 weeks in the month to kind of reset for the new license year, which always begins on July 1st. The license year begins on July 1st, and that is also why the $45 is due on June 30th, because the license year begins on July 1st. CE, we've talked about it. What is the CE? How much of it? How many classes and how many hours per class is the CE? No, careful. CE versus post-licensing. Yeah, there it is. Yes, 2 times 4, 8 total hours, 2 4-hour classes is what you have to take in CE. And what is one of those classes required to be? Remember the name of one of those CE classes? Yeah, a general update, some sort of an update. A general update class. Now, if you're a broker in charge or BIC eligible, you do not get credit for taking the general update. You have to take a slightly different version of update, and it's called the BIC update, broker in charge update. It's not that different. It's about a 20-minute extra piece of information. They shorten some of the other sections, so it's exactly the same class, except they shorten some of the sections in order to make room for about 20 or 30 minutes of BIC-related material. But so it's still the same number, it's still 2 4-hour classes. But a BIC or BIC eligible person has to take the BIC up instead of the Gen Up. So in the beginning, when I'm teaching a Gen Up, I always will say, if you're a BIC or BIC eligible, this is not for you. You need to be in one of those kinds of updates, not this general update, because you won't get your BIC credit for this. And then the other one is an elective of your choice. Now, all the classes you take in this business, elective CE, all 3 posts, and the pre, they could, if you choose, all be self-directed. Also called asynchronous, meaning you're not in a room with me or someone like me. You're on your own, pressing play or reading words on the screen, guiding yourself through it. The only one that must not be self-directed is that update class. The CE update cannot be a self-directed version, but all the rest could. That broker in charge has some pretty heavy responsibility. Number 6 here, that broker in charge is responsible for supervising provisional brokers. What level of responsibility do they have over provisional brokers? Yeah, the BIC. What's that BIC to provisional broker relationship look like? Perfect. Yeah, so much so that if the PB gets a letter of inquiry, so does their BIC, because the BIC is responsible for them. They need to be really plugged in, tuned in to whatever's going on in the transactions that a PB, provisional broker, is engaged in. They need to show them how to do it. Some firms, it might be a lot of BIC guidance and coaching. Some other firms might actually have a coach besides the BIC, so it's a combination of the two, but the BIC is the one responsible for making sure that provisional broker learns what they have to do. What you're learning here with me are the rules and the laws. You're not really learning how to actually do the business. That's what that BIC is going to be doing. They're going to be making sure you maintain following the rules and laws, but also learn how to go get it, how to go get the business, how to do everything from finding clients to keeping them happy to offers and acceptance and getting over the inevitable obstacles that come with every transaction. There's always something new. to learn. Just when I think I've learned most everything, a new thing pops up after 26 years. Still, it's just ever changing. Depending on how long you have been inactive or expired, you're going to have to do different amounts of education, maybe pay different amounts to get back active and current. So the one you don't ever want to do is to fail to pay the $45 renewal fee for 2 years or more. Because if you do that, what could happen to your license? Yes, you're back here with me or somebody like me. You're definitely expired from the moment you missed the first $45 payment, but when you miss the second year in a row, you have to retake pre-licensing. Start from the very, very beginning. You can miss taking CE and even post-licensing, and you'll never have to take pre-licensing again because you missed a certain number of CEs or post. You'll just have to take maybe some post and some CE elective to add up to the required number of hours, depending on how long it's been that you were inactive. So inactive, you're never going to have to go all the way back to the beginning. Keep paying the money. That's the lesson there. Proof of licensure, number 8. That just means you need to carry either the card showing your license or just an image of it. Could be the actual physical card they're going to send you or a screenshot of that card. It just shows your name and your license number. And then we know these last two, we already covered them. Change of name or address, 10 days to tell the commission that there's been a change. And then reporting a criminal conviction, 60 days. All right. That was A, B, and C. We've also talked about this one. And this is one that's a level 3. This is one where they're going to give you a paragraph, circumstance, situation, and you've got to figure out what is that agent guilty of. And number 1, it's a combination of 4 possibilities: willful misrepresentation or negligent misrepresentation, willful omission or negligent omission. Making false promises, acting for multiple parties without consent of all. In other words, undisclosed dual agency. That is always illegal. You've got to make sure everybody knows who you are representing, especially when you're a dual agent. Proper brokerage commissions, making sure that people know where you're getting paid from. The only thing about your commission that is none of the client's business is what? Only one thing about your commission that the client has no right to know about. What is that? There it is. That's a good way to say it, Samuel. The split between you and your firm. The amount that your firm is getting is fair game, but what that firm of yours is sharing with you, what you get between you and your firm is between you and your firm. No one else. They might ask, and you may not care, and you may be willing to tell them, but it's not required. The total commission, yes, obviously. The split between the two firms, yes, for sure. Any bonuses or incentives in a different market, like a buyer's sort of market or even a neutral market. Sometimes builders will pay brokers a bonus if you bring a contract. Get one of their houses under contract by the end of the month because they're trying to get some quotas met by the end of the month, or Panther tickets or any number of things. They're trying to get people in the door and get brokers to bring them. By the way, these builders, these new construction communities, I don't know what the current stat is, but it has historically been pretty high as to how much business does a new construction builder get from brokers. Like 85% of their business comes from buyers who have a broker representing them. So a builder would be pretty foolish to do anything to discourage brokers from wanting to work with them. Sometimes people make the assumption that a builder will give them a better deal on the price if they come in without an agent that has to get paid. but I ran into that recently, and it was a pretty big builder. And my past client who I had helped to buy the current house, that wanted to build a new house, they called me and said, would you list my house for me? And I said, okay, well, where are you going? Why are you selling? And he said, well, I'm building a new one. And I said, well, who is it? What's the builder? And ask them if they will pay a buyer agent commission. And they did. They did. So, if I hadn't asked, he would have not had representation to look out for him. I'm going to be there at all the meetings. I'm going to go out to this. I've already been out to the site. I've sat there during some selections. I sat there for the contract. I'll go back probably 6 or 8 or 10 more times before next August or so when that house is complete. I'll earn the money, right? And you want to be present. You don't want to just say, oh, I'm going to get paid in August. See you then. No, you want to be there every step of the way, because that's the point. That builder, as nice as they are, is not representing the buyer. The builder is the opposite party. You attract more flies with honey than vinegar. You ever heard that saying? Well, they're certainly going to be friendly and nice, but at the end of the day, they're looking out for themselves. And so it's good for that buyer to have their own person looking out for them. You just have to get used to explaining that to people, helping them understand, look, it's in your best interest to have your own agent. Failure to account for trust monies. We see that a lot in the disciplinary bulletin section of the bulletin. We're going to see what that trust money rule, what those rules look like here in a moment. Unworthiness, incompetence, all of that kind of goes in with reasonable skill and care from your fiduciary duties. We have to know what we're doing. And then improper, fraudulent, dishonest dealing, discriminatory practices, treating everybody fairly the same, can't practice law because we're not lawyers, and commingling trust money with our personal money. Don't put that earnest money in your operating account at the firm. It better be in its own, in a trust account where you keep everyone else's money except yours. Failure to deliver the agreement or offer to purchase or any paperwork gotta give it to your client within 3 days. Give it to your client within 3 days. Failure to deliver a detailed and accurate closing statement. We're going to get into that when we hit 21. And we've got to make sure that closing statement is accurate. That means whatever information and math, numbers, money gets put on that closing statement that was pulled from the contract, like the price and maybe the closing cost paid by the buyer from the seller, and anything financial. All of that stuff is what we are responsible for as a broker involved in the transaction. We're responsible for verifying its accuracy. And I've found several times that the paralegal didn't have something quite right. Not that they're bad, just that they're doing a million of them every day. So it's inevitable that something's going to get overlooked. And they're not actually sitting there with a pencil and a piece of paper, right? They're plugging numbers into a spreadsheet on a computer, and that's probably a little easier to mess up than actually writing it out on a piece of paper, because you could just be off by one Excel cell box on a spreadsheet, and now it's gone over to the buyer instead of the seller's column. So it's worth having extra eyes, and that's our value. That's what we're supposed to do. Violation of any commission rule, that's always a fun one. Other prohibited acts, injunctive relief. This injunctive relief, what is that? Any idea what injunctive relief for unlicensed activity means? Injunctive relief. Some big fancy lawyer term. Most of 99% of what we learn in this class is all about how the real estate commission is in existence to protect the consumer from us, against us, to make sure we behave and don't take advantage of the consumer. This is also that, but this also indirectly helps us too. This injunctive relief for unlicensed activities certainly helps the consumer, but it protects the consumer against having someone without a license acting like they do, trying to do real estate without a license. And so indirectly, it also helps us, because can you imagine what this business would be like if we had to compete with a bunch of unlicensed people trying to do exactly what we do? The commission comes down on them through this. Injunctive relief for unlicensed activity means the real estate commission is also going to go after people that try to do real estate without a required license. That's what this one means. License surrender. Sometimes in the disciplinary section, we'll see it's very unsatisfying. We don't get to see what the person did wrong because they said, you know what, I give up. You can have the license back. I'll stop doing it. And part of that deal is they don't have to disclose whatever it was that they did wrong. Imposition of restrictions on license or approval. Don't forget, when you click on the link, you can go right to the document. And so, let's see here. Here it is. GS 93A-6. There's 15 things that the commission can suspend or revoke because of, or reprimand or censure. And there's all of them. Read through those. It's a 93A thing, so it's in your license law section. It's in the license law PDF. 93A-6, all of these things, improper, fraudulent, dishonest dealing, commingling, it's all that stuff we were just talking about. Oops, let me get that box out of the way. There you go. Okay. General brokerage provisions. We're cruising on down through here. Advertising. What is the rule? What are the rules about advertising? Like what the BIC does and what we are allowed to do. Some of the maybe problems, violations of advertising rules. What do you remember about advertising? By the way, this is what you should do on your own. Hopefully you're doing it. Print off this thing, print off this syllabus, go down through it randomly, see what you can remember. And if it's printed off, you can write out to the side as much as you can remember. Then go back and actually click on the link on the electronic version and see what the answer is. Look it up. And if you hit that and do it that way, let's make yourself struggle with remembering. That's going to last longer in your memory. It's going to stick better than if you just go down and read the chapters. You should still read the chapters, but it's much more proactive and beneficial to quiz yourself that way. So advertising, what does that mean? Tell me something about advertising. More than that, but yeah, you're right. The firm's name and there it is. Yes. So that's for advertising for a provisional broker. If you're a provisional broker, you can certainly have your own information. You got to admit that you're a broker. You can't pretend that you're a seller. If that was allowed, that'd be the way to go. You should, in that case, if you could hide and not admit you're a broker, you would get more phone calls off your ads and inquiries off your ads if they just thought they were calling the seller directly, but that's just not cool. So that's the rule. You got to admit you're a broker, and then as a provisional, you have to give the public the phone number of the firm. You can still put your own cell number, and you should, but you definitely have to put the firm's phone number. And for me, that in and of itself is enough to make me want to hurry up and become non-provisional. If I'm spending my money on ads, I don't want anybody, whether it's my same colleagues in my same firm or not, I want to get the leads off my stuff. I mean, sound like not a good team attitude, but it's business, right? So yeah, blind ads. Must admit you're a broker, must have the firm's phone number. If you're a non-provisional broker, then you can just have your own phone number. Don't have to have the firm's number, but you still have to admit you're a broker. The other thing about advertising is what? You tell me. Blind ads, and what's the other major violation that could happen with regard to running ads? We haven't hit that chapter yet, but it's about fairness and equality. It's a pretty good hint, I would think. There it is. Yeah. Yeah. You have to let real estate access of ownership be equal to everybody, equally accessible. Yeah, fair housing, federal fair housing laws, making sure that you do not violate those categories. And sometimes, there's just blatant, horrible, racist, prejudiced people, but sometimes these violations are because people just weren't thinking. They didn't mean to be a big jerk. They were just thinking too much about getting the house sold and not enough about offending somebody or violating a protected class. So a good example of that is a familial status thing or a religious thing. So a block from the Jewish Community Center. I always go back to that one because it's a landmark in Charlotte. You can't say that. You could say a block from the community center. Even the YMCA is problematic because it stands for Young Men's Christian Association. So a block from the gym, right? Keeping it property centric, not people centric. It's about the property, not the people. And then familial status means no discriminating against people with underage kids. So if you were to say this condo is perfect for a single occupant, you mean only one person? What if that person has an underage kid? The kid can't just sleep in the car. Therefore, you're violating, you're discriminating against someone with kids, familial status. So those are the two big things about advertising: fair housing violations and blind ads. Delivery of instruments, 3 days. We know that. We gotta give both our firm and our clients whatever. All the documentation, anything they ever sign, the client signs, we need to give it to them ASAP, but not later than 3 days. Retention of records. Do you remember how long you have to keep your records of any given transaction? It's in years. How many years do you have to keep your transaction records? 3 years. Number 3 comes up a lot. 3 post-licensing classes, 3 days to deposit earnest money, 3 years to keep records, 3 days after loan approval. Wait a minute. What is it? We haven't got there until tonight in a little while, but when they apply for their loan, the borrower must be given a loan estimate showing what all the fees of the loan are going to be. And then fast forward to the closing, 3 days before closing, they must be given a closing disclosure, which looks a lot like the loan estimate. Pretty much same format, required to be the same format, showing, yeah, okay, we promised you these numbers and look, we hit them. We did what we promised or better. Or if they did worse, they have to admit that and then also pay, they, the lender. But 3 days to disclose those things. A lot of threes. Brokerage fees and compensation, we saw that already. Drafting legal instruments, not allowed. Disclosure of offers. We have to present all offers, no matter when they come in, even if the property is already sold under contract, still present the offers. Broker in charge. If you're a sole proprietor, there is a possibility that you do not need a broker in charge, but it's so ridiculous that you're basically not able to do just about any business at all. So a sole proprietor has to have a broker in charge if the following 3 things. There we go. If they have licensees under them. So a sole proprietor must have a BIC for if any of these 3 is true. If they have a licensee working for them, under them, if they have a trust account, and if they do any sort of promotion or advertising. Well, this one is what probably gets most people on this, right? It's easy to not have a trust account, and it's relatively easy not to have licensees under you. You could be a really successful single agent without a licensee under you. You could just hire non-licensed people. But this one makes it pretty much impossible to actually accomplish anything in this business. So basically, sole proprietors need to have a BIC if they're going to do any of these three things, because promoting includes printing up business cards, posting social media, anything, any proactive activity. Basically, the only way you could be a sole proprietor without a broker in charge is if you're just sitting around the house hoping somebody remembers that you have a license and calls you and asks you to refer an agent to them. You certainly can't be the agent unless they come to you, right? So that's pretty tough to get much done. No, that BIC is actually, someone asked, is can you have a BIC who lives out of state? That gets tricky because there are a couple of firms that sort of known as online brokerages, but you're officially supposed to have a local broker or at least a broker in charge licensed in North Carolina who is over the office. So for your purposes for this class, you need each office location must have a BIC. But a couple of firms are out there now that don't have office locations, and I'm not sure what lets them do that and pull that off. You won't have to answer a question about that in this class, but the official answer is any office location must have a BIC of that office. If it's a firm that has multiple locations, they would need a BIC for each location. Broker in charge qualification, we talked about that. And then finally, here we go. We haven't covered trust funds in the syllabus yet. So let's take a look. We'll go ahead and take a break, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes and we'll get into this about trust account stuff. So I'll see you in 10. welcome back. Let's talk about trust money, trust accounts. Does a firm have to have one? Do all firms have to have trust accounts? No, they do not. Good answer. They don't. Thank goodness. I sure wouldn't want to. I did it the first time around the early 2000s. I started my own firm, and I don't know why I didn't know this. I guess I was just excited. And so I opened one up. All it is a regular checking account, but you have to make sure the bank labels it as a trust account. Can that checking account be an interest-bearing account? Whatever money you put in there, could it draw interest when it's a trust account? Yes, it can. Good job. Who can receive that interest? Who gets it? Yeah, anybody, really, but the firm could certainly be, though, and that's normally the case. But as with everything else, you would just have to disclose it. Make sure the client knew that you're going to put their money in an interest-bearing trust account that you get to earn the interest from. And you'll probably make like $1 million a year. I'm just kidding. It's probably no more trouble than it's worth unless you have a significant amount in that trust account, whatever, right? You just have to balance the thing. But some people love that sort of thing. They're just kind of built for that sort of work, and great. It's convenient. Then you can just handle the money yourself in your own firm and put it in the trust account. So this section of the syllabus, section G of subsection G of section 21, is all about it. The basics of handling other people's money. Got to have detailed record keeping. You're not going to be tested to that level. You just need to know some general rules about it. You will learn the details, the deep dive, when you take the trust account course, if you ever do. You may never have to take it. You would only have to take it if either you're going to be put in charge of one or if you're going to open one yourself. Besides that, you could go your whole career and never have to bother with it. You're just going to let someone else hold the trust money. So what is trust money? This is one of those types of items in the syllabus where it gives you some answers. So that's useful. Trust money is money belongs to someone else. They're trusting you with their money. Might be a way to remember it. And since it's their money, you can't just throw it in your bank account, like your operating account. It's got to be in your account that is a trust account where you keep other people's money. What happens if you put it in your operating account? What are you guilty of? It's a C word. That's the word. Big time. Big problem. Putting someone else's money, mixing it with yours, mingling it, mixing it up with yours is a violation. If you're a property manager, it could be more than just earnest money. It could also be the security deposit, the rents, the down payments, security deposits and rents. But if you're handling other things like seller financing, maybe it gets beyond the earnest money side. If you're just handling sales, then you only need one trust account for everybody. If you are handling your own property that you own, then you would need a trust account for every property. You can't mix them all up. But if you're just a broker doing property management, it goes into detail there. Let's see. Basic features. Let's look at the commission rule on that. It's right there in the commission rules section, a whole bunch of it. We needs to say on the account, trust account or escrow account. All bank statements should bear the words trust account or escrow account as well. It needs to be immediately accessible so that if the real estate commission ever comes down and says, we need to audit your files, including your trust account, they can immediately see what it is, whatever they want to look at. They talk about deposit tickets. You can get into read this a little more specifically on your own. A separate ledger. You get into this. You don't have to know this level, but you learn this in that course. Separate ledger for each sales transaction for each property. How to actually reconcile and manage the account once you have it. But the gist of this entire section is put the word trust account on it, keep the records, reconcile it monthly, make sure that you're not commingling. It's easy to possibly commingle since the trust account can have some of your own money. Is that true? Can the trust account have some of your own money in it? True or false? Yeah, how much? And for what purpose? There it is. Up to $100 for the purpose of paying the fees. They don't give you accounts for free. So you can keep your own. That's the allowable amount of commingling. So if you're keeping all the way up to the max $100 in an interest-bearing account and you accidentally gain interest and exceed the $100 of your money, that's what you need to avoid by doing regular reconciliation, staying on top of the difference between your money and their money. Oh, and then this last provision, all trust and escrow account records shall be made available for inspection by the commission or its representatives, and then upon request of a client, within 10 days of the receipt of the request, must furnish them records of where their money is at and what it looks like. That's pretty rare. I haven't heard or seen much of that actually happening. It's when people start getting fussy about stuff probably, but that is required. And then designation. Oh, it's got to be in an FDIC insured institution. Here we go. Oh, and a big one about provisional brokers. You cannot hold it for very long. You can only hold it as long as, I'll get this in a second. Sorry. You as a provisional can hang on to that trust money pretty much as a pass-through. You get it from the client, you hand it off to your BIC. You got to deliver it upon receipt to your broker who you're affiliated with. In other words, you don't get to throw it in the file and just let it sit there for a week while your client is negotiating back and forth. As soon as you get that check in your hand for earnest money, you've got to give it to your broker in charge if you're provisional. If you're non-provisional, you have a little more leeway there. And then a little note here. Remember that thing called a non-resident commercial broker? It's another kind of obscure kind of broker's license. In fact, let me see here. I think there's like 250 of them in, where is it? Yep, there it is. 272 limited non-resident commercial brokers coming in from another state to do commercial real estate. They have to pretty much sign up under a North Carolina broker, be overseen, and that is also who would hold their earnest money in any transaction that they are doing. They got to deliver that earnest money according to the rules. Broker shall not retain an interest instrument, earnest money, for more than 3 business days after acceptance of an option or sales contract. Got to get that thing deposited. You better not hold on to it for too long. This would be a broker, meaning a non-provisional broker. So even a non-provisional broker can't hang on to it forever. It needs to be put into the account. And then we've talked about this before. If there is a dispute between buyer and seller or landlord and tenant, then the broker needs to keep the trust money until they get a written release from the parties as to how it will be dispersed. Alternatively, we talked about this too, the broker in charge of the trust account can deposit that disputed money with the clerk of superior court. If one of the parties seems to have abandoned their claim to the funds, they can disperse the money to the other one according to the written agreement, but they need to make an effort to notify the one who abandoned it. This is another one that shows up in the syllabus. Item E, a broker can transfer an earnest money deposit. Let me set the stage here. What we're going to be talking about here is what happens at the end of a transaction. The buyer has given some earnest money, like $1,000 earnest money. The broker, their own buyer brokerage firm, is holding that $1,000 earnest money. This is how the firm can handle it at closing. Do they need to? Does that buyer's agent need to get a check for that $1,000 out of their firm's trust account and take it with them to the closing attorney? Well, let's see what they say. A broker can transfer an earnest money deposit from their trust account to the closing attorney no more than 10 days before the anticipated settlement date. A broker shall not disperse before settlement any earnest money in their possession for any other purpose without consent of the parties. So if that's the way they want to handle it, then it can't be given to the closing attorney more than 10 days before the closing. That is not often how we handle it. Instead of doing this, because think about it, the brokers would be taking earnest money and giving it to the attorney, and then within a few hours after closing, they're going to be getting a check from the attorney for their own commission and taking it back to the office. It's like unnecessary movement of funds. Does that make sense? Why do that? Why not just handle the money once? Let the earnest money sit in your brokerage trust account. So if it's $1,000 earnest money and the commission you're going to get from the sale is like $10,000, then let the attorney just cut you a check for $9,000. When you get it back to the office, combine it, take out the $1,000 earnest money from the trust account and combine that to make the total that you are owed, and then your firm splits the total with you. Doesn't matter. It's just like a bookkeeping thing. It's just sort of like that's the normal, seems to be the traditional way that we handle it. But in the old days, I think they probably did it this way more till they realized, well, why are we driving money around back and forth? Why can't we just let it sit there and then just convert it over once we get paid from the closing? Okay, let's see. What else about trust accounts required when you're holding other people's money? That's one thing. And then any money received by a provisional must be delivered upon receipt to their BIC. I think we saw that already. Yeah, that's what we just saw. No commingling allowed. You can have an interest-bearing account with permission. Broker in charge is responsible. The BIC can certainly delegate the running, the maintenance, the reconciliation per month. They can delegate those duties to an office manager, for instance, but the BIC is still responsible. If something goes wrong, if that manager embezzles or screws it up in some way, whether intentionally or not, the BIC is still responsible. So that's what the note here is talking about. We just saw the thing about disbursement to settlement agent, handling disputed funds, the deposit rule. All of that is under 93A-6. And that's pretty much trust money. It's also a section in your comment section about that. We're going to come back in the next week or so and finish out this license law commission rules section H about timeshares. But all of this timeshare stuff can be summed up with it's not really an acronym, it's just a memory aid, 55510-5. What is a timeshare? Occupying a property 5 times over 5 periods. 555. The other 5 is a 5-day right to rescind buying the timeshare. You can back out if you have buyer's remorse, which I bet at least half people do when they're buying a timeshare. And then the developer must hold the earnest money or the deposit for 10 days. That's the 10. And then the last 5 is the $500 fine that the commission can penalize the timeshare developer with. Okay. Let's go to finish up your chapter 10. We left off here talking about notification of if there's a buyer agent involved versus a sub-agent. If it's a buyer agent who's representing the buyer, then we did this before we ended last night. It was the middle one, the point at which the listing agent called the buyer agent and told him we have a deal. That was the point at which we had under contract status. The next one was this. John is not a buyer agent for the buyer. He's, in fact, a sub-agent to the seller. Maybe because the buyer refused to sign the buyer agency agreement. Maybe from the very beginning, they understood that they were going to do it that way. Sub-agent instead of buyer agent. Somehow or other, John is a sub-agent. Therefore, it's not good enough when Mary, the listing agent, tells John that the seller accepted and signed. It's only official and under contract when John, the sub-agent, tells the buyer, because that buyer's a customer. There's something called a mailbox rule. The mailbox rule is not about the money. The mailbox rule says the contract is considered delivered as soon as it gets into the possession of the United States Postal Service. So officially, when you stick it in your mailbox, because you don't own your mailbox. You might have bought it, but the USPS officially is the owner of it. Certainly when you put it in one of those official blue boxes, but essentially if you had to prove something after the fact, they're going to be wanting to see a post code, I just mailed stuff today. What's that thing called? The stamp. What's it called? Help me in the chat. I don't mail things. I never mail things. Why am I not remembering this term? You know what I mean. The thing that acknowledges that they have it. So that would be the date that everybody would be looking for. That is called the mailbox rule. It's not when it actually gets in the possession of that buyer from the seller or the buyer agent from the listing agent. It's when it gets into the date that matters, when it's considered having been delivered, is when it's in the possession of the USPS. Postmark, that's the word. Go ahead. No, it's just the mailbox. It's just that mailbox rule. But yeah, okay. Yeah. Communication could be marked and notified. We're talking about two different things. The communication could happen by email, by voice to voice, voicemail. It could also be by in person. But this is talking about the delivery of the contract to the other party. The delivery is considered having been delivered, not when they receive it in their hands, but when it gets put into the Postal Service. So it might ride that postal truck for 3 days, right? It might take 3 or 4 days to get from sender to receiver. But the date that matters, it's considered delivered on the first day that they put it in the box or get that postmark. That's the mailbox rule. Now, this mailbox rule only applies to delivering the signed contract. Again, it doesn't apply to when you get the money to them. You can't say, oh, I need to give the seller due diligence money. I'll mail it. And today is the effective date. What is today? December 8th is the effective date, and it's currently 7 p.m. So let me hurry up and go throw this in the blue box out in front of the post office, and then I've complied, even though that seller won't get that check for 3 more days. That doesn't work. That is not part of the mailbox rule. It's not allowed. The money is not a mailbox rule issue. It's only the signed contract that applies to the mailbox rule. How can offers terminate? Well, you tell me. Let me back off of that slide. You tell me some ways the offer, not contract, but offer. Remember, when you read a test question, pause and think, okay, are they talking about offer or has it become a contract? Which thing are we talking? Which phase are we talking about? Two different things. How could an offer die? Yeah, that's true. Seller could reject it. Offer's dead. Seller could counter it, which is also a rejection. Offer's dead. Carrie says the buyer could revoke their offer. That offer's dead because the buyer says, nope, never mind, just kidding. I take it back before you've accepted. Therefore, it's off the table. Now I can go buy the one I like better. So that's a very real possibility. What are some others? Offeree, the seller, for instance, or by the way, the offeree could be the buyer. Don't forget, if the seller countered, then the offeree is actually the buyer because it's an offer coming from the seller's direction. So keep track of offeror and offeree. Whoever received an offer rejects that and counters it, that kills it. The giver of an offer, the offeror, communicates a revocation, like Carrie said. The receiver, the offeree, fails to accept in the time stated. Oh, wait, what's that about? Let's see if I can find this thing. There is something called an additional provisions addendum. We're going to look at the addenda more closely, but this is one that's pretty, well, we use it a lot in a normal market, a balanced market, because it's this first item. This additional provisions addendum has 6 possible things. You don't have to use all 6. It's an addendum, which means we make it a part of an offer, not a contract. And so the first item, when it's a normal market, we would use all the time because you don't want a seller just to sit on the offer for like a week or two and the buyer to be just wondering, what are they going to do while the buyer is kind of, they're in limbo. They could still look at other houses, but if they want to make an offer on another house, they're still worried about this one and just want to know, what is the seller saying? So this is a way to require the seller to give a response. An expiration of an offer will kill the offer as of the time and date put in the blanks. Notice this phrase also. Here's another place where time is of the essence becomes utilized. As of whatever time and whatever date put in the blanks, time of the essence, this offer dies. So, for instance, my buyer wants to put in an offer and we're all together right now. You're watching me talking to my buyer. We're maybe at the Chili's or something, and I've wrote it all up. And the buyer said, Neil, we have a very close second choice. We want to try this one because we think it would be a good fit, but we do have another one that's a pretty good fit too. We don't want that one to go away if we wait too long hearing back about this. Let's put an expiration on this one. And we would say, when should we make it expire? Depending on how urgent things are and how worried the buyer might be. If I was writing it up, planning to deliver it tonight in the next hour, I wouldn't have a problem making this offer expire by noon tomorrow. I mean, that's pushing it, right? Or maybe 5 p.m. tomorrow. But I would write that in. What is it? So December 9th, 5 p.m. Time is of the essence. This thing is no longer viable, no longer applicable. This thing expires, terminates as of 5 p.m. So 5:01 tomorrow hits, or 5 p.m. in 1 second, offers off the table. If that seller's agent, listing agent's not paying attention and realizing there's an expiration, they might let their client think a little too long, and then around 8 p.m. or even 6 p.m. or even 5 p.m. in 1 second, if that's the time, the client could call them and say, well, okay, we'll take it. And what they would discover when they called me is, I'm sorry, we went on and moved to another one. What? Well, there was an expiration. Did you not see the addendum? And that's a very real possibility. Now, if I'm smart, which I would hope to be, I would not make them work to know that this thing exists. When I submitted the offer, I'd probably tell them in the email, by the way, hope you noticed, we're putting an expiration. We're in a hurry. Need to see if we can lock this down. If we can't, we're going to move on to another one. Therefore, it expires tomorrow at 5 p.m. I would give them that courtesy, right? Just helps everybody with nice, clear communication. So this is a way an offer could die. Self-destruction. Now, on the other hand, if your buyer wants to use this because they just want to put pressure on the seller, that's allowed. But 5 p.m. and 1 second rolls around and your buyer calls you and they say, well, what did they say? And you say, well, they didn't say anything. They didn't respond. If the buyer said, well, let's give it another hour and see what they say, that's not going to work because it's dead as of 5 p.m. You would need to tell your buyer, look, it's dead now. We need to tell them, okay, we'll extend it. How much more time do you need to decide? And so they could kind of call your bluff. If you put a deadline on there and you're not sticking to that deadline, is your buyer going to really be not letting the offer stand? Or are they going to be willing to extend it? Maybe, maybe not. It's okay either way, but it really depends on the market that you're in. And I just don't see expirations happen too much because everybody's so desperate for the seller's properties because there's just not many. Here we go. So that's what it means. Fails in the time stated in the offer. Acceptance is not communicated in a reasonable time. Oh boy, that's fun. When they use words like reasonable, what is it? There's no hard and fast. It's probably several days because you would expect acceptance communication to happen within a few days. I'd say after around day 3 or more, time to really start worrying. I would have been checking the whole time, but if there's no communication of acceptance by the 3rd, 4th day, that's not like a actual number that the commission gives, but whatever is considered reasonable. If it came in front of a court, what would they look at? Probably going to consider it to be a few days worth. Or the death of the one making or receiving the offer could also terminate the offer. What about this pop quiz? Communication to an agent is the same as communication to the blank. The word agent. What do we pair that with? The firm is the agent. That's true. But when you're dealing with an agent, let's say it's a buyer agent. Who is the buyer? What's the relationship? There it is. Samuel says a client. That's right. The communication to an agent is the same as communication to a client. What if the communication to a, let's say, broker, so as not to be confusing, because we teach you that agent means firm, and then we use agent to mean human. Communication to a broker, sub-agent, let's say that, is the same as communication to the. That's sort of a trick question because it's not good enough. If it's a sub-agent that you're communicating to, that's not enough. They would have to communicate to the customer before it's considered a reasonable and acceptable communication. Let's see here. Let's take a look at a little pop quiz scenario, test question scenario. Sellers tell their agent on Monday that they have accepted and signed the buyer's offer. The listing agent tells the buyer's agent, okay, buyer's agent means that's a client. It's not a sub-agent to seller situation. Listing agent tells buyer agent they mailed the contract to the buyer's home address. Mailbox rule. So Monday is when it's officially considered having been delivered, even though the buyer doesn't have it yet. Earnest money deposit was to be delivered within 3 days of acceptance. On Tuesday, the sellers changed their mind. Oh, no fun. About selling. The paperwork has not arrived at the buyer's home address, and the money has not arrived to the seller's address. The listing agent emails the buyer agent to let them know the sellers have changed their mind, and they instruct the buyer to destroy the offer to purchase and contract when it arrives. Which of the following is true? Is it true that the sellers can unilaterally terminate because the contract's not valid until the money is received? Is it about the money? Is it true that the sellers may unilaterally terminate because each party has a 3-day right of rescission? We've seen a lot of 3 days in this class. Is it true that the sellers may not unilaterally terminate because they have to give the buyer until the end of the due diligence period? Is that a thing? Or is it true that the sellers may not unilaterally terminate because a binding contract does indeed exist? Which one is it? It's like a unanimous decision. You got it. We're under contract, guys. Not about the money. In fact, here's a fun scenario. Let's say that everybody signs it and it's communicated, and the agents say, hey, let's go meet at the McDonald's parking lot, and I'll give you the due diligence check, and you can take it to your seller. And so they do. Buyer agent hands the due diligence check to the listing agent. She's driving off. He's watching her drive away. He gets a call from his buyer. The buyer says, well, I changed my mind. I want out. I don't want to lose that due diligence money either. I just gave it to you. Have you turned it over to them yet? And you say, well, I just gave it to the listing agent. I don't care. Get it back. I want my money back. I want out of this deal, and I want my due diligence money back. What do you have to do as the buyer agent? But the buyer has given you instructions to get their money back. It has not been given to the seller yet. The buyer wants to back out. First of all, can the buyer back out? Are we under contract? Let's start with that question. I won't ask you a million questions on top of each other. That is logical. I totally get that and appreciate it, and I'd probably answer that too. And it's just kind of a weird. It showed up in like I think a CE class as a real world thing that happened, and that's why that's how the CE classes are pretty much mostly written, is they're full of case studies of real world stuff that went down. But the commission says, and the whole point of this story is to underline how tricky this back and forth can be. So yeah, your point was the listing agent is like a buyer agent, right? The listing agent telling them is the same as telling the seller. Well, in this event, since the seller does not yet have the money in their possession and the buyer gives you a command to get the money back, you have to do what the buyer wants. I know, it's weird. So as a buyer agent, you'd need to call that listing agent, and she would probably say the same thing you did. She would probably answer the phone and you say, oh, I know you just left. I see your taillights at the stoplight right there. My buyer literally just called me. They want out, and they have ordered me to give them back their due diligence money. Well, I'm sorry. That's just tough because now I have it. I'm taking it to my seller. That's just the risk they run. Sorry. The commission says she would need to turn around and bring it back. Until it's in the possession and cashed by that seller, it's still the buyer's say so. Take that for what you will, but that shows how tricky this stuff gets. It's still, the point here is we as brokers are not the enforcers. We're the advisors, we're the agents. We are not the ones to flex and to be the bouncers, right? We are there to obey their lawful directives. It's not illegal for that buyer to say, bring me my money back. Yes, could the seller pursue that buyer in court? Absolutely. But that's their problem. That's between them. Your buyer tells you to bring that money back, tells the listing agent to bring it back, and it's clear that she hasn't delivered it to the seller. It's got to go back to the buyer, and they're just going to have to deal with whatever the seller chooses to do to them. Go after them in court because they should get that due diligence money. It's under contract. It is communicated, therefore it's under contract. The money is still just kind of in limbo. That's why when I hear of agents that just kind of get lazy and kind of informal about getting the money to the proper parties as soon as you go under contract, to me, your whole world stops when you have an under contract situation. You better get that money into the right hands ASAP. Because when this sort of thing happens, there's no leverage. What are you supposed to do? You've got to give the money back to the buyer if they demand it. So therefore, I've had one before where we went under contract on a Saturday. The buyer agent said, called them, said, heard of this one. The agent called the buyer agent and said, hey, where's the due diligence money? You going to get that to me today here on Saturday? We've got under contract. Yeah, let me call you back. No word. The next day is Sunday, still no word. Ghosted. No response. Monday morning, call the buyer agent. Oh, they want to come and measure some rooms tonight, this afternoon at 5. And when I'm there to let them in to measure the rooms, I'll get the check from them then. 5 o'clock rolls around. Sellers park at the end of the street and spy on them. See if they show up. When they show up and they're watching, they call and they're like, hey, they just showed up. They go in. An hour later, the buyer agent calls and says, I have bad news. I really hate this. I feel terrible, but the wife still likes it. The husband is on the fence, and the husband just talked the wife into backing out. And oh, by the way, I'll try to get the due diligence money, but they didn't bring the check. Didn't bring the checkbook. There's nothing for the seller to do except maybe go after them in court. But right in that moment, being off the market for the last 2 days because it was officially under contract with no money in hand. That's the downside. Sometimes a buyer agent will say, I'll drop it in the mail. Where do you want me to mail the due diligence money? That is not ideal. The commission says, if it's riding a mail truck, remember, there is no mailbox rule when it comes to the money. If it's riding the mail truck, it's not in the possession of the seller yet, and it could get ugly. It could get tricky. So drop everything, get that money delivered so that you can have some kind of leverage over that buyer. They can still choose to back out, but at least give the seller their allowable backup plan of having the liquidated damages in the form of the due diligence money. Some addenda. We're going to look at these addenda firsthand. We just saw the additional provisions addendum. That's got 6 different things. We'll go take a look at the other 5. A backup contract addendum. Well, that's exactly what it sounds like. What if a seller has already gone under contract, but a new second buyer comes along and they say, gosh, this is the house I've been looking for. I can't believe I didn't see it in time. Or maybe it's a buyer who made one of several offers and didn't win. A buyer sometimes will call me and say, buyer agent will call and say, my client is so sad. We tried so hard. I can't believe that our offer wasn't strong enough. Would your seller take a backup offer? And the answer is, if they will, yeah. And the way you would do that is using this backup contract addendum. It puts it in writing that, okay, this second buyer is going to be in an automatic second position. If the first buyer backs out, somehow is no longer the buyer anymore, then your second place buyer is going to immediately automatically rise to the under contract position and be the primary buyer. As a backup offer, when you're in the second position as a backup buyer, you do not have to give the seller due diligence money yet. You only have to give the due diligence money as soon as they become the primary buyer. That's kind of basically what that backup contract addendum spells out. A contingent sale addendum is something that acknowledges that the buyer, in order to buy the house from the seller, the buyer has their own house that needs to sell first because they're going to get the proceeds out of that sale in order to purchase the next one. So a contingent sale addendum says, I'm going to buy your house as long as mine gets sold, but if mine doesn't get sold, I don't have to buy your house. You'll notice here it is discontinued. It went away. They got rid of that form a couple of years ago because what they found was when we adopted the due diligence period and due diligence money, it was only about, I don't even remember, 15 years ago maybe. When we started doing this business with the due diligence period where a buyer could back out for any reason, then this contingent sale addendum became not really used that much. If a buyer needed to sell a house, they would just have enough due diligence period built in so they could figure out, did I get the house sold? Can I get it sold? And then move on with the purchase of what I want to buy from the proceeds of mine. So the powers that be said, let's just don't have this anymore. It was kind of confusing as far as the dates. Now, that's not to say it's not allowed. If a buyer wants to have an attorney draft a contingent sale addendum, that's what would have to happen. We don't have one available to use as a stock form anymore like we used to. But that's what it is. It could still come up. That's why I left it in here. We could still have a situation where the buyer is nervous and they don't want to commit to buying one unless they have an out in case their current house doesn't sell. They don't want to have to buy that one if they can't get theirs sold. That would be the purpose of it. The FHA VA financing addendum we looked at last night, and we'll take another look at it, but it's basically giving an FHA borrower or a VA borrower, in other words, borrowers who are using government-involved money, loans, an extra protection. Basically, they say, normally a buyer can back out after the due diligence period and they're not going to get their earnest money back. With this addendum attached, they can get their earnest money back even if they back out after the due diligence deadline. So it's just a little bit of extra padding there. Now, just because they're a VA or an FHA buyer doesn't mean that is a built-in feature. It's only included in the deal if you use this addendum. So that's on you, the buyer agent, to make sure you include and get this addendum written in and signed by everybody. Otherwise, your VA FHA buyer does not have this protection. So that could be a big rude awakening. Just because they're using that financing doesn't give them the protection. They have to have this document included in order to get it. A short sale addendum, we're going to learn about that in 14 later tonight. Short sale is a way to avoid foreclosure. Anybody heard of a short sale? What is a short sale? Does that mean it sells fast? Sells fast? It is the furthest from the truth. A short sale is not anything close to fast. Short of what? Short, not of time. Yeah, it's short of money. The bank has to agree, the seller's lender, right? Not the buyer's lender. The seller is in trouble. The seller can't keep making their house payment for some financial desperation situation. The seller has to prove that they're financially in bad shape. They have to write a sad letter. Literally, they have to write a letter to their own lender saying, I'm in trouble. Would you please help me, Mr. Lender, by letting me pay you less than the money I owe you? Maybe they've had that loan, that house, for like 10 years. Maybe they have paid their loan down and now their loan balance is $200,000. If they were to sell their house, the lender is going to expect to receive $200,000 from the proceeds of the sale in order to cancel that loan and be paid what they are owed. They, again, being the seller. In a situation where the seller is in financial trouble, they can't keep making their payment, they lost their job, they have medical issues, something causing them to be in trouble, they can ask their lender, apply for a short sale program. The lender says, okay, submit all of your proof, your documentation proving you're in financial difficulty. We want to see your bank statements. We want to see proof that you don't have a job. We want to see your children's bank statements. Don't get sneaky and try to slide $10,000 into your kid's savings account. They're going to find that too. We want to see your credit card statements and see what kind of cash advance you are eligible to take. And if you can take $1,000, $2,000 cash advance against your credit card, we want to receive that money. You will do that and give it to us as we're deciding whether to give you the short sale. In other words, they're going to squeeze that borrower for whatever they can get out of them before they agree to take less than what is owed. They're going to try to minimize how much less that they are getting from what they're supposed to get by as much as they possibly can. Kids' accounts, credit card, cash advances, whatever, all of it. So it takes a while for the borrower to get all that together, submit it, and then for it to travel down through the bank system to finally get into the hands of what is called a short sale negotiator. And you as a broker, your involvement here is to be the one they're going to list the house with, right? You're trying to get the house sold for as much as you can. But the reason short sales are done, they tend to be done in markets where the values aren't very high. And in 2008, that's the way it was. The problem with 2008 was a lot of people couldn't pay their bills anymore, their house payment, and their house had fallen in value. So they, instead of going up and appreciating, it was coming down, and they owed more than they could sell it for. Hey, Mr. Lender, I want to sell my house, but the problem is I owe you $200,000, and apparently the market value is $180,000. I'm going to sell it for $20,000 less than I even owe you. Therefore, would you agree to take less than what I owe you? Because I can't do anything about what the market is. The lender would need to see all of your information and decide if they're going to allow that or not. If they will not grant the short sale, then what could happen? Pretty much foreclosure, probably. Buyer's probably just going to have to lose the house to foreclosure, which is what we'll talk more about in the next chapter. So the short sale addendum is the thing that you need to attach to a contract when a buyer is purchasing a listing that is a short sale listing. A short sale is a material fact. If your seller is pursuing the short sale program with their lender because of financial difficulty, it is a material fact that must be told to everybody. A potential buyer has to know that this seller is seeking a short sale, because if that lender does not grant the short sale, and it could end up going into foreclosure, and it's not fair for that buyer to have been thinking this short sale is going to go through and they're going to actually have a house they can buy after months and months and months of the lender taking their time to decide. It's not fair to that buyer to just be in limbo like that. So part of that short sale addendum is giving the buyer the option to just walk and get their money back. First of all, they don't have to put in due diligence money because it's such a 50-50. It may or may not work right off the bat. Secondly, the earnest money, they get it back if they just walk away because they don't want to wait anymore. That's just part of the short sale process because it's such a unique situation. So that addendum spells those things out. And then these last two things have to do with the closing date. If the buyer wants to get into the house before the closing date, then we need a special kind of little 2-page short-term lease agreement. I think I've mentioned it. Spells out who's going to pay, how much the rent is per day in a lump sum due when the buyer before the buyer moves in. Let's say the buyer wants to move in like a week ahead of time, and the seller agrees to let him do that. This buyer possession before closing agreement says, okay, well, that's 7 days times $61 a day, and whatever that is a lump sum buyer has to give to the seller before they move in. Also, who's paying for the power bill? Who's responsible for the homeowners association dues? And then don't forget to get the proper insurance coverage. Buyer needs a renter policy for a week. Seller needs to keep their insurance policy as an owner in place, as a landlord actually. And then the seller possession version is the opposite. Seller says, I want to stay after closing. I need more time to move out. And if the buyer's okay with that, then we would use this little mini lease, allowing the seller to become a tenant. We still close on closing day. Seller doesn't have to move out right away. But the same kind of provisions are involved there, and we take a look at them. That additional provisions addendum includes what we already looked at, the deadline, if we want to put in a deadline. These are the 6 provisions within it. And when we come back from break, we'll look at it firsthand because I think you'll remember it better if you see it in the actual addendum itself. So I'll see you in 10 minutes. And we're back. Let's take a look at those other items in the additional provisions addendum. Here it is. Here's that expiration we just talked about. What else is in here? Well, it says something about a septic system. So it says, as part of the buyer's due diligence, they're going to get a septic permit from the health department in the county applicable for a ground absorption sewage system for a blank bedroom home. In other words, I'll buy your lot as long as it perks for a 4-bedroom home or 3 or whatever the buyer needs it to perk for. It makes it a condition that it must perk or else the buyer can walk away. And then it also says, except for cost of clearing the property, all costs and expenses will be the buyer's. Seller's got to be responsible for clearing the portion of the property that is needed for the county person to come out. And the way a perk test works is a couple of different ways. They could possibly take like an inch or 2-inch pipe of some sort to bore out a bit of earth. They'll pour liquid in there and they'll time to see how long it takes that liquid to get absorbed into the soil. Certain depths, it just depends on the area and what their rules are. They might also use like a backhoe and do an even larger piece. It just depends on that area and what their procedure is. The health department is going to check if a property perks in one given area. Check over here. You'll get out there and you'll say, I want you to see if it perks right here because over here is where I want to put the house on this part of the lot. But you could also, instead of having the health department do it, get a soil engineer to come out. And then they're going to take perk samples, do perk tests of multiple locations. So if it's like a 10-acre parcel, you might consider putting the house over here or over down here. So let's just see which one perks best. And for the bigger house, if that's a consideration. And then the next one is if it's rental property. It says, look, property is going to be sold, conveyed, subject to existing leases. We're not going to kick tenants out, right? And the seller will give the buyer any copies of the leases, the notices, if you're given tenants late notices, statements of all oral tenant agreements, the security deposits, pretty much all the paperwork associated with being an owner with that tenant, any tenants that are in place. And then it talks about the security deposit that owner has. If the tenant is staying in place, then the security deposit needs to change hands to the new owner, and it says will be transferred to buyer at settlement. And will the seller, they will or they will not, also transfer a pet fee if there is such a thing. So a place to check as needed. This fourth one is interesting, and if you take a second and look at it, you might say, well, Neil, we're not supposed to be attorneys drafting legal language. Why did they give us 45 lines of blank to put in stuff? Well, this is worded such that it's a place to handle things really like cosmetics, because we know that the buyer can have inspections done. So anything repair related will probably get caught by the inspector. But this is a paragraph of lines available if the buyer is worried that the seller is going to leave something, or maybe the seller mentions a painting allowance or a carpet allowance because the carpet is in such bad shape. Rather than put the money in to replace the carpet while it's on the market, they might say, I know you're not going to like the carpet, potential buyer, but if you agree to buy this house, I will give you a $5,000 carpet allowance so you can put in what you want. That's a viable solution. This would be a place to get it into the contract. Make sure the contract has it locked in that the seller's going to pay a paint allowance, a carpet allowance. Maybe the buyer's worried that the seller is going to pay for even a repair. Even a repair that is probably going to get caught by the inspector. If the buyer's extra worried about it, it's a place to be redundant. Redundancy is okay. It's a good idea in a contract to have it absolutely covered. So even though the seller has agreed to leave the refrigerator behind. Well, there's another place to put that. That's probably a bad idea. But repairs, mainly repairs and cosmetics, is what we're going to put in here just to make sure everybody's clear and understands what this buyer expects. The buyer is making an offer of a price. That price needs to have in consideration some of the other stuff too. So if they're expecting a seller carpet allowance and a paint allowance and to replace maybe some light fixtures or fix a known plumbing leak or roof leak, maybe repair the roof or replace the roof, all of that sort of thing. Well, buyers paying this price with all of that in mind, it's a place to put all of that and acknowledge it in the contract. Buyer wouldn't want to pay a higher price unless these things are done. So this price is contingent upon these things being done, and this is a place to write those things. The fifth one is if it's a mobile home. Remember we talked about if you sell a mobile home, you have to write down the VIN number because it's like a car, right? It's like a vehicle. It was a vehicle once upon a time, and that's required. You've got to acknowledge that it's a mobile home by giving the VIN number, so it's a place to put it. This is where you would record the VIN number or multiple VIN numbers. And then the most recent one was added a couple of years ago. If there's a pool or a hot tub, the buyer can do an inspection. And if it's closed for the winter, we need it to be open so the pump is running so that they can test it properly. So it just says the cost of putting it in operable condition and then re-winterizing it, putting it back into a winterized form if needed, is going to be responsibility of who's paying for it, buyer or seller. Check the box. That's the additional provisions addendum. So you might need some of these things, one or more, as a part of your offer. The FHA VA financing addendum, we've touched on that already, allows the borrower to terminate the offer to purchase and contract after the due diligence period without losing their earnest money. That's really the gist of it. If a property does not appraise for the purchase price, that's what it is. If the property doesn't appraise, the FHA or VA buyer can walk, but also walk away and get their earnest money back, even after the due diligence period. But again, you've got to have this addendum in place. If you don't have the addendum, you don't have the protection. Backup contract again, buyer wants a home, it's already under contract. They can be automatically next in line. The notice that they're being moved from the second position to first position because the first buyer walked away, that must be given in writing. And then once they move into that first position, they are locked in. They're in that first position. Now they have to pay due diligence money. They have to give that to the seller. If they want to back out of the backup offer, because here could be a situation. They are desperate. The buyer's gotten beaten up because they can't find a house. They've tried 3 or 4 times. They can't win. They lose another one. This is maybe the 4th try and they didn't win this one either, but they really like it. So they say, can we do a backup offer just in case that first buyer walks? Okay, sure. We do it. Now you're in a backup position. But that buyer is still paranoid and they say, well, we want to keep looking. You're their buyer agent. They want you to keep showing them property. And you're like, oh, can we just be done, please? But you keep showing them stuff. And then they fall in love with one of them. But if they want to make an offer on that other one they found, they still have this backup position here. What would be the smart thing for you to suggest they do as their buyer agent? They're in a backup position, but they found one that they want to make an offer on besides that one. What's the worst case scenario? They're in a Yeah, just the moment that they write an offer on this other one, their backup position becomes a primary position because that primary buyer walked away. So now they have two. Maybe they got accepted on this second one. They got an offer accepted. Now they have to pay 2 due diligence checks, and they can only buy one house. So probably the best procedure here is cancel that backup offer before they make an offer on yet another house, just in case. What if they're worried that this one won't work out and then now they've lost the backup? Well, that's just the risk they run. That's their decision to make. You need to explain the positives and negatives and then let them make their decision. Contingent sale addendum. Buyer has to sell a house before they can buy the next house. And so they're making an offer on the next house with the understanding that they need the proceeds from this house. We don't have a standard form. If they want to have such a thing, they would need to get one made, written by an attorney. This is a big one, but it only pertains to houses built before 1978. But it's yet another disclosure that is required if it's a property built before 78. So we have to use it. Seller is required to provide the disclosure, but the disclosure could say, I don't know. The disclosure could say, it might have lead-based paint or it might not. I'm not saying for sure either way. Let me see if I can find it. It's around here somewhere. There it is. Here's what it looks like. Just 2 pages. Lead-based paint hazard addendum. And there's a place up in the middle for the seller to acknowledge if they know it definitely has lead-based paint or not. Check the box. Do you know or do you not? Seller may not know, but they might say, well, it's built prior to 78, so it probably has it. It could. I've just never had it tested. So therefore, fair warning, buyer. And then if the seller does have records, maybe they did have it tested because they had work done on the house and the person who did the work had to get the test. So they would know the proper measures to take to make sure lead-based paint dust didn't get released into the air to be breathed. By that situation could very well cause the seller to know for sure that there's lead-based paint. Whatever they know, they have to disclose. And they also have to provide the buyer agent has to provide a pamphlet to the buyer saying, here's what lead-based paint is all about. Protect your family from lead in the home. And the buyer is acknowledging whether or not they've been told about it. And then the buyer has to say what they want to do about it. Either they accept the chance during the due diligence period. You might see around somewhere about 10 days, but now it's in North Carolina, it's the due diligence period is the amount of time they have to do their own risk assessment. Test for lead-based paint if they want to. Or they might say, no, we don't care, because there's 2 possibilities of ways to handle lead-based paint. Either get rid of it, and in the process of getting rid of it, you're probably releasing the dust in the air, so you're going to need to, masks, protection, not just masks, but actual respiratory breathing apparatus. But the easier, probably even safer method is to just paint over it, because 78's a long time ago. And it probably already has multiple layers of non-lead-based paint over the lead-based paint, if it's even there. The only real issue is if the paint is in such bad shape that it has peeled all the way down to the wood. Then that's probably going to release lead-based paint dust out. So that would be an issue or a concern. But usually if it's in good shape, put another coat on it. The buyer's probably going to paint it their chosen color anyway. So quite likely the buyer's going to check this one. They waive the opportunity to have the assessment. They don't care. They're just going to paint it yet another layer. And then this is the disclosure that actually has a place for agent initials. And it's a place for the agent to acknowledge that they've told the seller what their obligations are. And that's it. That's the lead-based paint. Only for properties when? What kind of properties are required to have lead-based paint disclosure? Built before 78. That's right. Okay, some procedures. Offerors and offerees want to add a condition to an offer that is not already in the offer to purchase. What would they use to add a condition to an offer to purchase? What document would they use? Give you two choices, an amendment or an addendum. What does the class say? Got two votes. Yeah, we're adding something to an offer. That's going to be an addendum. You got it. I think we've talked about it lots. You probably have it by now. How can we communicate that an offer has been accepted? Seller has signed it. We need to now communicate it to the other side, listing agent communicating to buyer agent. What can that communication look like? It's in the visuals. It's in the images. It could be a phone call here on the left. It could be a text. An email. It could be a text too. It could also be in person. Go see them face to face. If you want to be really complete, I probably wouldn't scramble to try to change my day to make a face to face, but I would definitely do a phone call, a text, and an email just to be thorough, right? That's my primary objective. As soon as I get something accepted and signed, I want to communicate that thing as soon as possible. And then what I want to do after that, get the money in the right hands as soon as possible so that people have leverage, obligations, things locked in, and we have an actual under contract that people are less inclined to try to walk away from. So let's get that communication done. Let's get that money, due diligence money, in the hands of the seller as soon as possible. Your day just got changed. Whatever you're doing that day, this happens first. It just saves a lot of heartache. So these are the ways you can communicate acceptance. We are obligated by licensed law to disclose all offers when? Immediately. Absolute drop dead latest point, no later than 3 days from the date of the offer. We have a special agency relationship with our client. Therefore, a listing agent can't accept or reject on behalf of the seller or screen offers. They can't screen them. They can't say, what? You're offering how much lower than asking? This is a lowball offer. I'm offended on behalf of my client. I've heard it before. In a different kind of market, sellers, agent, listing agents sometimes can get a little carried away in their enthusiasm. It's not fun to work with that kind of agent. They are not properly buffering out the emotion. They're adding to the fire. And that's no way to do this business. You need to be reasonable, calm, professional, buffer out the emotion. But I can tell sometimes when I'm on the phone with an agent and they're like, oh, this is offense. And I'm like, well, I guess I see how you're going to handle this when you talk to your client. And if your client was okay with maybe this level, you just made it worse. How about you remove your emotions from the transaction? Let's let the client react and then proceed accordingly. That goes a lot smoother, right? So sometimes a listing agent will get carried away and say, well, I'm not even going to dignify this with a response. And you have to kind of remind them gently, well, I'm sure that you will comply with licensed law and present the offer as you are required to do, right? Passive aggressive, be nice with fangs. Sometimes it can get weird out there, guys. So that agent can't say, well, I'm just ashamed to present this. Well, that's really the sign of a weak agent. You shouldn't be ashamed or proud of anything. You should say, well, this is just what it is. I didn't write it. Here's the offer. And as a buyer agent, sometimes agents are embarrassed or apologetic. And I'm glad when they are, but I don't want to be that way. If they are, and I'm the listing agent, and they come to me apologizing for the offer, that to me says we might have some room to negotiate. If the agent is already embarrassed about it, sometimes they even say things like, well, I know this is kind of low, but the buyer might be willing to come up. Well, you just kind of stabbed your buyer in the back. You need to defend that offer no matter how ridiculous it might seem. and not make apologies for it, right? Here's their offer. Well, gosh, this seems kind of low. Well, just see what the seller will say. Let's just leave it up to the seller. Don't apologize. In a certain kind of market, it's tempting. And just got to put that tough skin on and be unashamed of what you're representing your client. You're doing, you also are absorbing the shock on behalf of your client, absorbing the volatile, sometimes volatile reaction. That's just your job. No matter how emotional somebody might get, weed it out. Probably not even good to share with your client that the person was emotional. Just say, they said this, they said they wouldn't take that, but they did counter. Sometimes the listing agent will say, the seller is offended by this offer and they're not even going to counter. And you have to kind of guide them and say, you know what? I can appreciate that. However, it might be useful if the seller, even if they just stick pretty close to their asking price, if we can just keep some momentum, if we can get some back and forth communication instead of just, sticking firm on something, it's kind of useful. Is the seller truly stuck at their listing price, or are they sticking to it because they're offended at what they think is a lower offer? Well, let's try to put that stuff aside and get some communication going. And at least give me an idea. What would the seller take? Are they truly stuck at this price, or could they come even a little bit down and try to find some happy medium? Because sometimes people just come from a market or an area that they're used to making lowball offers or certain amount lower. Sometimes people just have this random, you're supposed to make an offer 10% below ask, some nonsense like that doesn't even apply to our market. So it's a lot of massaging of emotions that can be involved here. And we have to remember, look, at the end of the day, you got to submit all offers, no matter what they are. We know this already. Counter offers are a rejection and a counter proposal. We don't have a contract because we just killed the first offer and a new one has been presented. We're still in the back and forth stage. Now, here's a thing. Let me see if I can find it to show you. There's a form, I don't think I have it handy, called a response to buyer's offer. It used to be called a memo to buyer. And it serves three purposes. It gives us a way to communicate without putting our seller in danger of accidentally accepting. That doesn't make sense. Let me explain that better. Let me show it to you. Have you ever seen or heard of a seller? Maybe you've seen it online where they write highest and best offers by the end of the day tomorrow. You ever seen that used, like highest and best offers due? The deadline is like tomorrow at noon. Well, this is sort of what that's about. A response to buyer's offer gives us three possibilities. You use one of the three checks, not all of them, just one of them. The top one is saying this, hey, and this would be given, it'd be filled out and then given to everyone who made an offer, even if it's just one offer. You're saying, thank you for your offer to purchase. I cannot accept it as written, and therefore this is officially a rejection. However, it's not a counteroffer. You don't want it to be a counteroffer because the point of this is to give them a chance to try again. You're giving them a chance to try again. But if you're giving this to three different people who are competing, if this was a counteroffer and they all accepted the counteroffer, now you'd have to hurry up and get three houses. You could exact replicas, which is, of course, impossible. That's nonsense. So you've got to say this is a rejection. It's also not a counter, but we would look favorably upon the following changes. It's a way for a seller to maintain control and say, if you want to increase your price, maybe not ask for the warranty anymore that you asked for, $1,000 home buyer's warranty, maybe change your financing. If you have an option to go with a conventional loan instead of an FHA loan, we would look favorably upon fill in the blank. Here's what the seller wants to see. And then you would give this to each of the people who made offers and see who comes back. Now, some of them might not try again. They might say, we're out. You killed the first one. We're not making another one. I don't care about your suggestions. We're gone. Some of them will actually say, yes, okay, here, how about this? We can come up. Some of them might say, well, we are still wanting to be considered, but we're not going to do anything different. We're coming back with the same price and terms. All of those are possible. If the above changes are acceptable, please submit another offer with noted changes. Until an offer has been accepted, we're free to consider at any time other offers. In other words, we're not waiting for you. You better hurry up, because if in the meantime another one comes along, which could happen in the next 3 minutes, for instance, or the next 3 days, just because I gave you this doesn't mean you have any priority, right? This is a power move, right? The seller is in control here, or they're willing to let that buyer walk at least. If they don't want to use that first option on this page, they could at least say this: thank you for your offer. I'm going to consider all offers that are received. It's just a way to put in writing a deadline. It's saying, it's not telling them what they could do to be stronger. It's just saying, look, bring us your best offer by this deadline. If what you've already given us is your best, then you're fine. But if you want to try again stronger, here's your chance. You have until future date and time. But I'm not going to wait. If something else comes along while you're still putting yours together, it may be that I pick that one. So again, seller is saying, look, you can try if you want, but I'm not waiting for you necessarily. And then the third option on this form is just an official rejection. It's a way for your buyer to officially say, nope, not interested. You don't have to use this. You could do it in the form of an email. You could just send to that other agent, nope, not interested, buyer rejects, seller rejects. Or if you want to be complete and thorough and have an official document, it's not required, but it's a way to say we are rejecting. And that's all it says. But again, it's one of the three of these. It's not, you wouldn't use multiple ones. You'd use one of the three of these. It's a useful document, especially in this kind of market. That is the response to buyer's offer. It might also be, you might hear it called a memo to buyer. That was what it was first known as years ago. Okay, this idea of shopping offers. If a buyer's agent calls you, you're the listing agent, buyer agent calls you and says, hey, you know, we were in our pre-licensing class together. We had that weird instructor that took forever and played music and stuff. But you know, I'd love to have a cross sale with you. So just between you and me, I won't tell. If you have multiple offers, what is it going to take for my offer to be the best one? What do I need to do? How strong do I need to come in here? Do I need to make a 10,000 over? If they're asking what the highest offer is, that would be called shopping offers. Can you do it? Yes. You can ask. As a buyer agent, you can ask, what's the highest offer? Officially, you can ask, but whose permission does the listing agent need in order to answer the question? That is a common guess and a good guess, but it's not the correct guess. But why wouldn't you think so, right? I get it. You actually would need the permission from someone who would never, ever give you the permission. They would be crazy. And I don't think anybody is so dumb that they would actually give you permission, because the permission you would need is from the one who has the highest offer on the table. And who's going to say, yeah, sure, here's the number you need to beat. I give you permission to tell everybody what I've offered. That's whose permission you would need as a listing agent in order to tell other offerors what they need to beat. Are you going to get the permission of the one who is currently winning? Probably not. I would lose all faith in humanity if somebody were that stupid, right? But that's the testable answer. That is whose permission you would need. It is so easy to get mixed up and say the seller. That's a normal and a good guess, but it's not true. It's not. And CE students, continuing ed students, get it wrong all the time. So don't feel bad about that either. So whose permission do you need if they ask the highest offer on the table? The one who made it, the one whose offer is the highest. It is such a real world situation that it is one of the case studies in the current continuing ed class that we teach. It happens. It's actually documented. It's listed as one of the scenarios because it really is something that takes place. Now, your guess of the seller's permission is true on this situation. If the buyer agent calls you, the listing agent, and says, hey, I'm sure there's multiple offers. Is that right? Are there multiple offers on this listing of yours? Can you answer the question without someone's permission? No. It's tempting though. Why wouldn't it be a good idea for a listing agent to just automatically always tell everybody, yes, there's multiple offers. You better hurry up and get yours in. Why might a seller not want you to disclose that? You got it. Perfect. Buyers are worn out. They're beaten up. They're so tired of losing to multiple offers that if you told this automatically without your seller giving you permission, you might have scared away what would have been the best possible offer. Just because they're tired and they don't want to try again because maybe they're in a momentary little low emotional state where they're feeling sorry for themselves and are just sad, understandably, that they've lost 5 in a row. And because you told that buyer agent, oh yeah, we've got like 14, and they report that back to the buyer could very understandably say, oh, I can't do this again. Forget it. We'll just go buy one that doesn't have multiple offers. And then, anytime your client says that, you're like, well, good luck finding that one in this market. Point is, don't scare one away. You need to talk to your seller at the listing table and say, hey, this could happen. If we have a multiple offer situation, seller, how do you want me to handle it? Do you want me to tell them there's multiples, or do you want me to say, I'm not allowed to give you that answer? Because that's how you would do it if they don't give you permission. Buyer agent calls you, you're the listing agent. They say, hey, are there multiple offers? You could say, I'm sorry, my seller hasn't given me permission to disclose. And they're usually going to understand. They're usually going to say, okay, I figured, no big deal. And at least you haven't given that worn out buyer a definitive answer that could cause them to say, you know what, forget it. At least they could maybe still have one little glimmer of hope and go ahead and try again. Because again, even if you have 14 offers, they could all be low offers except one. It only takes one. And hopefully you didn't scare away the one, the best one. So whose permission do you need to disclose multiple offers? The seller's. Whose permission do you need to disclose what the highest offer is? The one who made the highest offer. Get those two straight. Write them down. They are testable. Anything all the parties sign needs to be given to the parties who sign it. When? Same old, same old. Immediately, but not later than 3 days after execution. So got to get them the stuff they sign right away. If there's changes, the commission says, rather than have it look all messy like this, see, we've got initials, we got like strike throughs and extra words and like huge paragraph struck through. You know what? We can go back and forth and work all this out, but then best business practice to keep the commission happy, let's replace all of this messiness with a nice clean one. Let's rewrite the whole thing, get it all signed properly, and keep it nice and neat. Better to rewrite it if there's multiple changes so that we have it nice and legible, because by the time you change a thing 5 or 6 times, you're not really sure what it got changed to. I've had them before where I was looking at, maybe it was at one point the buyer wanted the seller to pay for a warranty. The seller came back and said, no, I'm not paying for that. The buyer asked again, and we had initials and changes. And then I'm like, wait, where did we land on this? Which one was it? Did they finally agree or not? Couldn't really tell from the document itself. Better choice would have been, let's scrap the one with all the messiness and make a nice new fresh one that has everything clearly written out. How about this? If the participants, principals, offeror or offeree want to add a condition to a contract, what would they use to do that? More answers? When you see questions like this, acknowledge and identify, that's a better word, identify the document they're talking about. Are they talking about an offer or are they talking about a contract? If it's an offer, it's going to be an addendum. If it's a contract, it's going to be an amendment. We're amending a contract. We're addenduming. We're adding to an offer. Multiple offers should be delivered in the order they are received so the offeree can consider each one in the proper order. True or false? Do we pass them along to our client, our seller client, or buyer client, but usually seller, in the order of received? No. We don't want to give them any sort of reason to favor one over the other. They need to consider them all equally. So it's not like you're sitting by the email, by your laptop, waiting for offers to come in. You've got other things to do, other clients to work for, life in general. So you might check your email after a 2-hour appointment and see that 3 offers came in. You don't say, okay, this one came in and then this one and then this one. You just send them all in immediately. No priority to when they came in. Okay. Couple more points here. An installment land contract is essentially seller financing. The seller is going to be the seller and the bank. So instead of a buyer having to go get a loan with the bank, the seller is going to let them pay them monthly with interest. Instead of giving that seller $300,000 total, they're going to let the buyer pay $1,500 a month at 6% interest and treat it like they are the bank instead of an actual bank. The seller in this installment land contract arrangement, seller retains legal title. They keep the deed. The buyer gets to use it. Equitable title. They get to actually occupy it, utilize the property. And then once all the payments have been made, the deed and the legal title goes to the buyer and they have everything. An installment land contract should be recorded. Why? To comply with the Connor Act, must be recorded to protect against third-party claims, should be recorded. The names of the parties, remember the OREE, like offeror, offeree, mortgagor, mortgagee, leaseor, leasee. The names for this thing are vendor and vendee. Vendor and vendee. Seller is the vendor, the buyer is the vendee. The only other thing you need to know about this installment land contract thing, why are we doing this? Why is it seller financing? First of all, probably because the buyer can't get a normal mortgage at a bank. And then why is the seller offering it up rather than just selling it to a buyer who can get financing? Well, maybe because the property is hard to sell too. It might be like a troubled seller and a troubled buyer. Difficult property to sell or difficult buyer to qualify. So the net effect of an installment land contract is that if the buyer fails to make payments, they can be foreclosed. They've made payments that they were going to use toward the purchase, but then they don't make the payment, so the seller has to foreclose on them, and it's extra tough on the buyer. The buyer is forfeiting any payments they've made toward the purchase. They're also losing the property itself, and they're losing out on any profits on the sale. So it's just not ideal. It's a situation for people with fewer options. Speaking of option, here's another possibility. We've talked a little bit about an option to purchase. An option to purchase is the case where somebody's not going to live there right away. During the time they have the option, it's called the option period, they don't get to live there. This is not when a renter might want to buy the house they're renting. That's something different that we're going to see in a minute. An option to purchase is for a non-possessing potential purchaser to be able to buy an amount of time that they can use to decide later if they actually want to buy it. They're paying a fee for that time called an option fee. They're staying off the property. They don't get to live there, use it at all. They just get to sit and wait for an amount of time during which, maybe like a year option. I have a year to decide if I want to actually buy it. No one can buy it except me. The seller has to wait and see if I want to buy it for that entire year because I paid for that privilege with what's called an option fee. And they can exercise the option to purchase or not. They say, nope, you know what? The zoning change that I was hoping for didn't go through. I won't be able to use it the way I want to, put the business on it that I wanted to. Therefore, I'm not going to buy it. You still keep the option fee, Mrs. Seller, but I've bought an amount of time to decide if I wanted to buy it, and I've chosen not to. That is an option. By the way, it's also an example of a unilateral contract. You need to record it, just like the regular contract. It needs to be recorded in order to be enforceable. And then that seller, this is what makes it unilateral. The seller is the optionor and the buyer's the optionee. That seller is not allowed to terminate. They've got to sit there and wait for the buyer to take action, either to buy or not buy. But it's not bilateral. In other words, the seller can't say, you know what? I gave you 3 months. You wanted 12 months, but I'm the seller, so therefore you're done. I'm out of this thing. I'm backing out. Not allowed. Seller can't terminate. Optionor cannot terminate. They got to wait the entire option period or until the buyer exercises the option. Again, what is an option to purchase? Is that going to be a renter? No. This is not the case where a renter might want to buy the house they're renting. If it's that, it's going to be one of these things. These two possibilities are called preemptive rights. They're very much like an option to purchase, except these are where the potential purchaser could actually live there in the meantime. It could be a renter situation where the renter is like, you know what? I'm comfortable renting, but if you want to sell, I would rather not have a different landlord than you. I like you as a landlord. I would rather buy it myself than have any other landlord than you, but I'm happy with what's happening right now. But if you ever choose to sell it, give me a chance to buy it first. That's one of these. The other one is, let's go ahead and set a price, and then if someone makes an offer on it, you'll sell it to me. You'll give me a chance to beat it. So let's look at both of these possibilities. These are two different things. The right of first refusal says you're going to give me, the holder of this right of first refusal, the chance to match an offer if you get one. And so we don't know what that offer might be. So therefore, I'll tell you what I'll pay you when we see how much I need to pay you to beat that other offer, right? But it gives you a first position. Right? If you're the holder of this right of first refusal, you don't have to be a renter, but you could be. Or you could just be a interested buyer, potential buyer. And you say, hey, seller, have you ever thought about selling? And the seller's like, I'm okay. And, you know, I don't really want to, but, and then you say to them, well, I would like to possibly buy it. I would at least like to be considered first if you ever get an offer from someone else. Don't sell it to them without check. It might be like a neighbor situation too. Your neighbor doesn't want any other neighbor. If you want to sell, they would rather own your additional property next to theirs because it could affect them because it's right next door. So you might have a neighbor asking their other neighbor, look, give me the first chance to meet or beat any offer you might get. That's a right of first refusal, where you don't negotiate the price yet because you don't know what they need to beat yet. The other one is called right of first opportunity to purchase. That one, you do go ahead and set the price. And the owner is saying, if I decide to sell later, I'll come to you and you'll buy it at this price that we agree upon today. The owner must offer the property to the party holding the right of first opportunity to purchase. And so therefore you negotiate that price in the beginning. Right? So those two things. And again, both of these things are potentially a renter. The option to purchase, this one back here, is definitely not a renter. but all three of them kind of smell the same. They're kind of similar looking. So with an option to purchase, not one of the two preemptive rights, but the option to purchase, true or false, tenant has the right to decide whether they want to purchase the property at a future date. Tell me, true or false? If the tenant has the right to decide when it's an option to purchase, as opposed to a right of first refusal or right of first opportunity. You got it. Sort of tricky. There's no tenant allowed in the option. Therefore, no, the tenant does not have the right. An option to purchase does not involve possession or use of the property. If the tenant has the right to decide whether they want to purchase at a future date, it wouldn't be an option to purchase. It would be a right of first opportunity to purchase. It would be one of these. It would be a preemptive right type of thing, right? Last bit of this chapter, and then we'll take our break. So, recap. All offers must be submitted immediately, not later than 3 days. Multiple offers must be submitted immediately. Agent should never screen them. Agent shouldn't say, you know what, seller, I knew you wouldn't want this one, so I'm not even going to bother you with it. Nope, send everything. The existence of multiple offers is not a material fact. Write it down. Are there multiple offers? You don't have to answer that because it's not a material fact. You need the permission of your client, the seller, to answer it. So you're not required to answer it. Seller makes that decision. If you have a lot of changes during the back and forth negotiations that have cluttered up the actual paperwork and made it messy and hard to read, make it nice and new and fresh. Get everybody to sign the fresh version with no changes scratched through, all the current provisions accounted for. Keep it legal, legible, and clear. And then the one that's not on this page, if someone asks you, what is the highest offer currently that we need to beat? Whose permission do you need in order to tell them that answer? Thank you. Perfect. The one who owns that offer, the highest offeror. You got it. All right, let's take a break. I'll see you in 10 and we'll get into 14. Welcome back. Last 45 minutes or so, 50 minutes. Getting into a new chapter, new unit called Finance. Real estate finance carries with it some math and quite a few problems, quite a few questions on the test. We're going to be talking about factors. Wait, let me get that square out of your way. Which had led up to that 2008 crisis. We're going to talk about the Federal Reserve and its role, and primary versus secondary mortgage markets. What's the difference? Some types of loans. The big three are conventional, FHA, and VA, which we see the most. And then there's some other specialty ones. The lending practices and procedures. You need to be familiar with those so that you can help your clients. And then federal finance legislation and why they exist. Some level one are the types of loans and the primary and secondary market, monetary policy, Equal Credit Opportunity Act. Some level two are the types of loans, the priority of liens, and lending practices. As per the syllabus, there are 12 national questions coming from this material. Okay, principal versus interest. Anybody who are my homeowners? If you want to hold up a hand, homeowners. We've got, I think, a couple of them. How about car owners who used financing to buy it? Right? We've all borrowed some money at some point, and that money involves principal and interest. Not that kind of principal. It's the principal where you are paying down debt, and it's your equity in the property. Right? As you pay down your debt, after you make a monthly payment, you are increasing your equity and decreasing the amount you owe to the lender. And then all interest is what the lender's making. It's why they're loaning you the money. They're making some other money in some other places that we'll talk about too. But they're really interested because of this over the long term monthly interest. It's the charge it's what they're charging you for borrowing the money. It is their primary source of income. You might also see this principal and interest, mortgage payment, house payment. All of those words and terms could also be referred to as this. If you see the term debt service means you're servicing the debt, means you're paying the mortgage, paying the house payment. So you might see debt service. We're going to see that in a calculation toward the end of the finance chapters. So they're basically a service charge. Interest payments are a service charge. The money that goes toward the interest that you're paying is not helping you in any way other than the lender wouldn't loan you the money if you didn't pay them the interest. But it doesn't reduce the amount of principal that you owe. It doesn't increase your equity in the property. What is your equity in the property when you first buy it on day one? What is the equity you have in the property coming from? I should say, where is it coming from? There it is. Carrie answered it. However much you put down, your down payment, right? Perfect answer. It's whatever you have in it. Now, over time, that equity will increase. But on day one, basically, equity is your money, right? The house is composed of both the amount you borrowed to buy it plus the amount you put as a down payment that the lender required. The lender wants some of your skin in the game. You heard that term, skin in the game? They want to know that you have something to lose. And they therefore will require you to put some of your own money into the purchase. Now, there are some loan types where they will loan you 100% of what's needed to buy it. 100% loan to value ratio. That is a thing. It does exist, but the lender's more nervous about that one. The lender requires you to maybe pay a higher interest rate or have a better credit in order to let you borrow the entire purchase price. For the most part, though, they want some of your money to be used toward the purchase, and that is called down payment. And that is your initial equity. What ways could your equity increase over time? How could you have more of your money in the property over the years that you own it? In other words, when you sell the property, let's say in 10 years, is what you're getting back only the down payment you put in on day one, or are you probably going to get back more than that? And for what reasons? Carrie's got a good one. The property values increase, for sure. Appreciation, that's what makes real estate so attractive as an investment, because time and the economics just mean that trending upward, the values will go. The values will trend upward as we go through time. You could also refinance. That could certainly affect the equity. You could pull some of the equity out by refinancing in a new loan type. You could also do things to make the property better. Maybe you bought the house and it had a carport, a covered carport with like 3 sides open. And with a few $1,000s and a garage door, now the appraiser is going to give you a higher value because it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house with a garage instead of a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house with only a carport. Or you add a sunroom. Or it's a house with a basement and you finish the basement. And maybe it's on a septic system and it starts out being a 3-bedroom house that only perks for 3 bedrooms, but you go ahead and tap onto the city sewer. So now you can finish the basement and add 3 more bedrooms and call it a 6-bedroom house, right? And you have more heated living area. All of those are ways you could increase your equity. Appreciation, capital improvement, and then there's one that we haven't talked about. One more that could increase your equity. Think about over time. With each payment, it's going to increase your equity. Every time you make a payment, there you go. Even if you make a regular payment, some portion of that payment is going to bring your principal, is going to go toward your principal loan that you owe, money that you owe. In a normal loan, unless you're making what are called interest-only payments, which we'll talk about. You got it though. Making more is going to amplify and increase that all the more. I will go to a coffee shop here locally, and there are some old fellas in there talking, and one of them is all excited about money and retirement accounts and just making his money grow because he retired 3 years ago, and he's thankfully for him, he had enough to go on that once COVID caused him to lose his job, it didn't really matter. He could just rest on his investments. But he's very conservative. He invests in index funds, things like that. But he was saying, you know what the best thing to do when you get a loan, if you can afford it? And the other old guy said, immediately put $50,000 down. Like when you buy it, immediately pay the bank with the first payment, give them an additional big chunk of money. Because what happens is over time, here's what it looks like when you borrow money with what's called amortization. Amortization means the death of the loan. You're borrowing money to buy the house. This little 4-word section of the big word, mort, 4-letter word, I should say. Mort, that means death, like mortician, mortuary. It's the death of the mortgage. It's the death of the loan. When you amortize something, you're eventually going to be rid of or kill that loan. What's also happening is in month 1, your very first payment, let's just say it's $1,500 a month, the vast majority of that $1,500 you're paying, let's say maybe $1,490, literally, it could be like that much of this payment, is going to go to the bank for having loaned you the money in the form of interest. It's not knocking your principal amount down. Principal meaning your principal loan amount, the principal amount you're borrowing. It's only going to take a little bit off of the amount you owe the lender. But fast forward to the last month of a 30-year term, that'll be the 360th month. That same $1,500 payment looks like this if you break it down. Sorry, I need to switch these words. I had the right breakdown, but I need to swap the words. Let me actually do that so as to not be confusing. The vast majority of that payment is going to come off of your principal, and a little bit of it is going to be going toward interest. Swapping them around here. There we go. And that. That's better. So that last month of your 30-year term, just a little bit is going toward principal to that lender, and the vast majority of it, of that same $1,500 payment, is going to be knocking off your principal. Somewhere in the lifespan of your loan, let's just say it's a 30-year loan here. Somewhere around the midpoint there, your payment is going to be about half and half. Still $1,500, but about $750 toward principal and $750 toward interest. And then it's going to swap. Then it's going to be more heavily coming off of the amount you owe in the last part of the loan. So those old dudes in the coffee shop were saying, if you hurry up and get to this point, then you're better off financially. But who can do that, right? Very few people can just drop 50 grand on a, that's the whole point of getting the mortgage. So these guys were kind of talking like a couple of dudes that have saved a bunch of money and have that as a luxury, right? Most people can't do it. If you can, absolutely. But can you? So these, this amortization kills the loan eventually. After 15 years of the loan, or 20 or 25 or 30, however long the term of the loan is, you've paid every month, and you've eventually gotten rid of all of the amount you borrowed. You've paid it all back. If you borrow, let's say $200,000, how much do you end up paying once you've made all those interest payments? Any guesses? I don't have an actual real number. It depends on the interest rate, but it could be like 3 or 4 times as much. And I jokingly say that to my clients at closing. I'm like, don't look at the amortization table. You don't really want to think about how much you're actually paying to buy this house, because you have the privilege of buying it a little at a time. But that comes with it a pretty big price. Now, there are some other benefits, like having some tax deductions built into your mortgage, like the mortgage payment, the interest payments, I should say, improvements, some things like that could be another side benefit of having home ownership rather than renting. So being amortized means that we are working toward owing them nothing. We're working toward paying that entire debt off. There's several kinds of amortizations. You could have a fixed rate amortization, probably the most common, right? You know what your interest rate's going to be every month based on the whole term of the loan. That's probably the most secure, the safest. But there's another one called an adjustable rate. And with that one, your payment is based on a rate that might change. It might be the same rate for the entire first year, and then it's going to change, maybe up, maybe down in the second year. And then it might even change again in the third year, and then stick to that same level for the rest of the entire 30 years, if it's a 30-year term. There might also be an option for you to make just an interest-only payment. So if you go back over here, let's look at month 1. The total payment is $1,500. Let's say the interest portion alone is $1,450. If you're having a tough month, maybe the lender lets you just make like the $1,400 payment instead of the full $1,500, or maybe it's even as much as a couple hundred less. Maybe the lender says, look, if you're having trouble this month, since it's Christmas time and you want to have some money for gifts, we won't force you to make the entire $1,500 full amortization payment. If you did pay the $1,500, then some of your payment will go toward interest and some coming off of the amount you owe. but we won't require it. If you want to, we'll give you an option for an interest-only payment. And they would say, if you want to just make the interest-only payment, then just send us $1,200 instead of $1,500. But the trick to that is all $1,200 is coming to us as profit. None of it is making your loan go down. And so there were a fair number of borrowers leading up to 2008 who got used to that. They had a situation financially where that was a help to them. And if you need to do that once or twice every so often, okay. But if you start relying on it and living in a way that, oh, wow, my house payment is only $1,200. No, your house payment's $1,500 if you want to make any progress toward paying off your loan. Your house payment is $1,200 if you basically just want to be a renter. You're never making any progress. You'll never get it paid off. You're just giving interest only every month. And that was, they would call it a pick-a-pay program. The lender would say, you can do this or this or this. And if you do this one, full payment, your loan comes down. If you do this one, they might have even buried the consequences in the fine print, and people just kind of really didn't grasp what it meant to only make interest only for years and years and years. So that was a big issue. Led to a lot of people losing their places, a lot of their houses, because over time the values were going down and the amount they owed was staying the same. And so if the values are going down and they still owe this, and now what they owe is more than what they could get if they sold it, welcome to the short sale. And that's the best case scenario. Please, Mr. Lender, I owe you more than what I can get from a buyer. Therefore, please let me give you less than what I owe you and grant this short sale. Oh, you won't? You're turning me down because maybe you don't consider that my financial hardship is hard enough? Real world possibility. Then if that lender won't agree to the short sale, that buyer, they keep not making their payment, the lender eventually can call the loan due and payable. Foreclose, right? A lot of it happened. Fully amortized means that best case scenario, you've borrowed the money, and by the time you pay the last payment that's been agreed upon, and if it's a 30-year loan, that's 360 payments. If it's a 20-year loan, that's 20 times 12, that's 240 payments. That last payment is the exact same as the first payment, but the proportion of interest to principal swapped, right? Just like we saw, but your ending loan balance results in zero. You've killed the mortgage. You can have a mortgage burning party. People did that. They'd burn the mortgage paperwork because they don't owe anymore, right? That's full amortization. It's balanced out so that you're done at the end. Well, what if you can't afford the payment that is required for fully amortized loan? You could do a partial amortization. So you could set up your monthly payments for all of the payments except the very last one to be a lower amount. Instead of $1,500, maybe $1,200. But then that very last month's payment, instead of it being $1,200, it's a balloon payment. It's a larger number because you've put off paying the amount you would need to fully amortize it. So your first payment and your last payment are different because that last payment has to make up for all that you still owe. And you still owe more than one payment's worth because it's only partially amortized. And then our interest only, nothing is progressing toward paying down the loan at all. The borrower owes the original loan amount. If you keep paying interest only payments, you'll have to pay the entire loan amount if you ever want to be finished and pay it off. You would have to sell it or refinance into a different loan. If you could only afford the interest only payment, you're not making any progress. And it led to a lot of people losing houses. When you default, inevitably, worst case scenario, foreclosure. And so that brings us to some what's the word? I forgot the word. The semantics, I guess, of foreclosure. Because in North Carolina, we don't call it a mortgage. What is a mortgage? Tell me what you think a mortgage is in the chat. Yeah, a loan to buy a house, and you're pledging the property as collateral. Worst case, you don't keep paying, you lose the house. Yeah, financing for a house, what the borrower gives the lender. I like it. I like the active thought. That's good. Now, the mortgage is the financial instrument, the legal document that pledges the property as security for the loan. What happens if you don't keep paying your car payment? What happens if you don't keep paying your car payment? I like those shows. You like watching those shows where they have the tow truck and they flip the arm down in the middle of the night or the middle of the day, and you're like, oh, is somebody going to get shot? Oh my gosh. They come in, they scoop it up, and they drive away because they didn't make the car payment. Well, can they scoop the house away? Not like that. Not with a tow truck, obviously, but they can sell it out from under you. That's the foreclosure process. Now, what is it that gives the lender that right? The mortgage. Or in North Carolina, that same document is called a deed of trust. Because the way we do it, a little bit different. If you're a lender loaning people money to buy houses, you would probably rather loan people money in North Carolina than you would in a mortgage state. Conveniently, coincidentally, we have a really close state that does call it a mortgage, and that is South Carolina. South Carolina is a mortgage state. North Carolina is a deed of trust state. We'll talk more about what that means in a minute. So when you get a mortgage, let's just keep calling it a mortgage because that's what you're used to. It's two documents involved. The mortgage itself is the thing that, where can you see my hands? I have a small window. The mortgage itself is the document that says if you don't keep paying your payment, you don't stay in the house. You could lose it. You're pledging the house as collateral, as security, just like pledging your car as security for the car loan. Then the other document involved is the promissory note. The promissory note does not pledge the house as collateral. The promissory note outlines what the borrowing looks like. How much are you borrowing? At what interest rate? How many payments will it be? That sort of thing is what's in the promissory note. It's about the money. Anytime you borrow money, you sign a promissory note. You're promising to repay. And then the mortgage comes along and says, well, here's what happens if you don't fulfill the promissory note. You lose the house. We've tied the house to the promissory note, right? So you have a two document situation here with a mortgage. The mortgage ties the house up as collateral. The promissory note is what spells out what you owe. So it's legal evidence of the debt between the borrower and the lender. There are some essential elements required to be in a promissory note. How long is it going to be for? 360 payments, 30 years, 10 years, 20 years. The fact that you are promising to repay, got to have that spelled out. A signature of the one who's borrowing, the borrower, the buyer, right? And what is often in a promissory note is this word right here. It will say this is a negotiable instrument. Instrument just means legal document, and it's negotiable. Does that mean that you can wheel and deal with the lender and say, hey, I don't want to pay 6%. How about 5%? No, they're not talking about that kind of negotiable. You're either going to pay it or not. What the negotiable means is once the lender has you signed up to borrow the money, they have a valuable product in the form of this document. And they can now sell that product, this document, this promissory note. They can sell it to another entity. Because why would a lender might a lender want to sell your promissory note? Because maybe some other lender would like to give your lender a chunk of money in exchange for having your note, which is a long-term promise to repay. That other lender wants the long-term benefit. Wouldn't all of us in this room like it if we had like 100 people paying us $1,000 a month? I wouldn't mind it. I'd probably be done. I would just sit back and see what the mailbox brought in. And as long as it all came on schedule for the most part, pretty happy. I'd love to be a lender. I want to become rich enough to be a lender because that's where the money is. The banks own the world, right? Remember when it was $1 billion lottery about a month ago? Talking to the wife, we're back and forth, and we're like, here's what we would do. And my sister-in-law is like, I don't think I would live any different, really. And I'm like, whatever, you're only fooling yourself. We would all live somewhat different. But I really was thinking about it to myself, and I thought, I'd be a bank. Maybe not an official bank, but I would find people who might have trouble borrowing, maybe because of extenuating circumstances, and I would loan them money at a reasonable rate. And just because I don't need it today, I can get it over time. And that's what the bank is. They're getting a bunch of people's money over time, getting paid interest over time. So maybe another entity, another lender says, I want that long-term money, that interest over the whole 30, but this other lender who initiated it, that you initially started working with, says, you know what? If I get a big chunk of money today, I can make more loans to more people. That process of banks selling their mortgage notes, selling their promissory notes back and forth, that is the secondary mortgage market. They're bundling up a whole bunch, hundreds, thousands of promissory notes of people in similar credit risk categories, like a bunch of A paper, low risk, people who have proven over the years to pay back their loans, anything they borrow, they have great credit. So they're going to bundle up the 700 and 800 credit score people who have mortgages, who have promissory notes, and they're going to sell those to other banks for a chunk of money. And now they can take that chunk and loan that and make more loans. They get another batch of equal credit score-ish promissory note people and sell that again. And it's just a circle. It's just a cycle. That's what the secondary mortgage market looks like. So that's what negotiable means. You're giving that lender permission to sell your loan to another one. If you don't want a lender to sell your loan, anybody had that happen? You make your first payment to XYZ lender, and before you even make your second payment, they give you a notice that you now need to pay this other bank. That's because it's a negotiable instrument. It's also probably because you have good credit. They like to sell good credit loans more than bad credit loans, potentially. So a lender can transfer debt to a third party. That's all that we mean by negotiable. By the way, a promissory note is not recorded. We don't record those. In the promissory note, how does that lender build in protections for themselves? If you're the lender and you're loaning money to somebody, how are you going to feel if they miss a payment? Remember, anybody watch Rocky anytime recently? Rocky, right? Like the first 10 minutes when he's not like a successful boxer. He's actually literally a thumb breaker. They show him going out and collecting money from somebody and having to threaten bodily harm, and he's kind of soft, and so he doesn't really do it. So he gets in trouble for not being the enforcer. Well, we're not breaking thumbs in the mortgage business, but they can put in some consequences if you miss a payment. And the thing that allows them to put this consequence in is called the acceleration clause. And it says, look, if you don't make your payment on time, we could choose to call the entire loan balance due. That is the right that we reserve for ourselves. You need to know this. This is one of the two A words that is a promissory note provision. And I wish we could rename the other. We can. It kind of has another name. But this one is called the acceleration clause. They accelerate when you need to repay that entire loan balance. You need to pay them the $220,000 you borrowed, but initially you have 30 years to do it. But let's say month 6, you're late, or you skip a payment, you miss it. They have the right, even with one missed payment, if they want to say, you know what, instead of giving you, I guess at that point it would be 29 and a half more years to pay the rest of this, we're going to call all of it due. You better pay us all of it, or we're going to take the house from you. That's what this allows to happen. They accelerate the time within which you have to pay the remaining amount due. Acceleration clause is what makes this a workable machine, right? Now, is a lender going to call this or going to activate this acceleration clause with one missed month? Probably not. And it depends on their own financial situation. In 2008, 9, 10, there were plenty of lenders who were some people were a year behind. They didn't made a payment in like a year. They had not made 12 months of payments, and they still had not gotten a foreclosure notice in the mail because the lender was so backed up with other people who didn't pay either, and they didn't get around to them yet. So those people that like were lucky enough to go 12 months without making a payment and still not getting foreclosure notice, if they won the lottery and could catch it all back up, they would be fine. No harm, no foul. They're good to go. But inevitably, pretty hard to win the lottery, so they'd keep not paying. Eventually, they'd get caught up with. The lender would say, okay, now it's been 16 months. We've caught up to you, and now we're demanding you to pay your entire balance. And the person's like, I can't even pay one payment. How could I pay the entire balance? And thus the foreclosure starts. So the acceleration clause is a promissory note provision saying if you miss a payment or several, but even just one, first step to foreclosure, lender can call the entire balance due. Another thing that could be in that promissory note is something that says, hey, if you want to sell your house and pay us off early, we're going to be mad about it. Because think about it, the lender is loaning you money because they like the idea of you paying them 30 years worth of monthly payments, because most of those first 15 years are interest. And now you're kind of cheating them out of all that interest because you're going to pay them a big lump sum to pay off the loan early because you sold the house. Or maybe you refinanced it. If you refinance it, a different lender's giving you a chunk of money to pay off your old loan, and now you're gonna owe the new lender. So either way shorts the initial lender out of interest that they could be earning. And so to make that up to themselves, they could say, well, if you pay the loan off early, we're going to penalize you and charge you money, called a prepayment penalty. In North Carolina, they don't allow prepayment penalties for, I think it's primary mortgages up to $150,000, something like that. So a lender's not even allowed to put in a prepayment penalty if it's, I think, the $150,000 of a primary residence mortgage. And then also if it's an FHA or a VA loan, you're not allowed to have a prepayment penalty in an FHA loan or a VA loan. Write that one down. No prepayment penalty allowed if it's an FHA or a VA loan. And then also at a certain price point of a primary mortgage, as opposed to like if you own a second home, the one that you're primarily owning can't have a prepayment penalty in. Prepayment penalties are found in refinances. So if you ever get a refinance, be careful. Read the fine print. Ask them. Look for it. Say, you want me to refinance? You're making it super simple and easy to refinance. You're not even making me pay for closing costs. You're rolling them into the loan amount later. It's just that much more I owe. It looks great. It looks easy, but is there a prepayment penalty in case I want to maybe refinance again or sell it and pay you off early? Good to know before you commit to it. My parents got into a predatory, bad prepayment penalty kind of refinance loan when I was growing up. So I remember that. They were kind of just locked in. And then the third common promissory note provision is the other A word, which thankfully has an alternate term to refer to it as. Remember, alienation from like the second or third week just means selling. If you're selling that property, you've got to pay off the balance. The better term for it that makes more sense is due on sale clause. A due on sale clause says the entire loan amount is due on sale of the property. But wouldn't it be nice if they didn't have this requirement? Think about it. If you own a house and you owe $300,000 and it has appreciated to $500,000, well, or even if it's not, even if it's still worth like $310,000, if you could get away with it, wouldn't it be nice if you could sell that house to somebody for the $310,000 and then just have $310,000 in your bank account and still make your lender on a house you don't own anymore the $1,200 payment, but you have $300,000 here to do with what you will. And if you're a really good gambler, you go to Vegas and you play poker and you double it. I'm just kidding. Maybe you invested in something and be a little smarter, right? But that's not going to happen because no lender is going to let you keep that 300. They're going to say, oh, wait, you sold it? Then you better pay us off what you owe us. Since you don't own it anymore, you have no control over it. We're not going to let you borrow money against a house that you don't even own anymore. That's why this is here. It's due on the sale of the house. Lender calls the entire balance due whenever you transfer the property. Sell it. And then this word negotiable. Again, the lender can sell the note, the promissory note, to another party. They're getting your permission up front that lets them do that. You've given them permission to sell and negotiate and transfer that note, sell it in a block, a bunch of others, just like your same level of risk, to another entity. So your house payment that you make the check out to might change from Bank of America to Wells Fargo, for instance. But the terms are the same. Nothing to you can be any different. They can't jack up your interest rate. They can't change your payment. All of the stuff, as far as you're concerned, stays the same except who you make the payment to. Okay. How does this mortgage thing work? Here is the difference between states. The mortgage theory versus the deed of trust theory state. The mortgage type of method involves two parties, and that's how they do it in South Carolina. The deed of trust involves three parties, and that's how we do it here in North Carolina. So the mortgage is the one everybody's used to thinking about. There's somebody borrowing money, and the one that's loaning it to them is the lender. The borrower and the lender, the mortgagor and the mortgagee. Okay, pause. If I had not just shown you the slide and I just put one word up here that said mortgagor, and I said, who's the mortgagor, the borrower or the lender? I have a feeling at least some of you would have guessed mortgagor means the lender. You think? I think so. I would have. But the mortgagor is the one who is pledging their house as collateral. Therefore, that's the borrower. Don't let that throw you in a test question. If it says the mortgagor, blah, 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 blah. The mortgagor, OR, is the one saying, if I don't keep paying you the payment on time, you can take my house from me. I'm putting it up as collateral. The borrower is the mortgagor. This two-party mortgage kind of state is called a lien theory state. When it's the other kind, the deed of trust with three parties, it's called a title theory. So lien theory versus title theory. And then what is the process for foreclosure when it's a mortgage two-party state? Well, it's harder. It takes longer. So in South Carolina, if you loan money in that kind of two-party mortgage lien theory state, and if the borrower stops making payment, you have to go to court and sue them for foreclosure. It's called a judicial foreclosure because there's a judge. You have to go after them in court. And anytime there's a court hearing, a judicial hearing involved, that takes longer, right? So back in 2008, when when foreclosures were happening left and right, South Carolina was probably a better place to be for a borrower in trouble because it took longer for that borrower to get around to suing everybody for foreclosure. So if you're a lender, the place to be if you have to foreclose on somebody would be North Carolina, because in North Carolina, the borrower has to sign not a mortgage, but they sign this deed of trust. And by signing the deed of trust, when they buy the house, they're saying, I'm telling you right now up front, Mr. Borrower, Mr. Lender, that I'll give you permission. I agree that you can foreclose on me. You don't have to go through the court process. I'm going ahead and acknowledging you can do that and skip the court process. That's why it's called non-judicial foreclosure. No judge needed. Everybody acknowledges up front when they sign the deed of trust instead of the mortgage that they can just immediately foreclose upon the whim of the lender. Whether you miss 1 or 2 or 3 or 10 or 12 payments, It's up to the lender when they want to call the loan due, when they want to foreclose. Three parties. Who are these three parties? Well, it's the borrower and the lender again. But this time, the name of the borrower is not the mortgagor, it's the grantor. They're granting the deed of trust, which secures the property as collateral. The one loaning, the lender, is the beneficiary. They're benefiting from this deed of trust process. And then the third party involved is a trustee, because it's a deed of trust. Who is that trustee? Basically, it's an attorney that the lender hires. The lender hires them, third-party attorney. So when you get a foreclosure notice, you're getting a letter from an attorney. And you're going to be like, why is an attorney sending me a letter? And it's going to say in the letter, well, you have a mortgage with Bank of America, and they've shown that you are 3 months behind on your payment, and they have initiated the foreclosure process. Please send us. You have an amount of time during which, in the beginning, you can make this up and fix it and not lose it. And it's called the equity period of redemption. And that attorney's letter is saying, just send us the payment. This is what you need to pay us to catch up and fix this without losing the house. It's going to be the payments you're behind. It's also going to be some attorney fees, because now the trustee, the attorney, is involved. It's going to be some penalties. So basically, you're digging out of a deeper hole. It's not just the 3 months that you're behind. It's that plus some penalties. Again, it's like, well, I couldn't afford 1 month, so now you're telling me I got to pay 3 or 4. That's why the foreclosure is probably going to happen, because they're in trouble for a reason. They don't have money. They don't even have 1 month, much less 3 months plus penalties. So that's kind of what the difference is. From here forward, we're talking about a mortgage in North Carolina. We're going to call it a deed of trust, because that's what it is. What it is. It's a 3-party system: a borrower, a lender, and a trustee. That trustee is holding the deed of trust. Once you pay off your mortgage, that attorney trustee is going to send you the deed. Well, you have the deed, but they're going to send you the notification that says, okay, you're all paid up. You don't owe any more money. Title theory state, non-judicial, because you get to skip the court process. So the basic mortgage terms are these: a promissory note, just like any time you borrow money, which says what you owe, how long you owe it, and at what interest rate. And then also the thing that ties the property to the borrowed amount is the mortgage or deed of trust. South Carolina is a mortgage state. North Carolina is a deed of trust state. Another word for that mortgage or deed of trust is security instrument. Another term you need to know is the term which is pledging the property as security for the loan, putting it up as collateral. The word for that is hypothecation. I always have to count up those syllables. 5 syllables is one of the big words. Hypothecation. That is the process of putting the property up as collateral, as security for the loan. And closing attorneys, when they're explaining these things, when they have the buyer-borrower sign the papers from the lender, they always say this. They will say, this document, this deed of trust, just basically says, if you don't pay, you don't stay. You don't pay, you don't stay, because you're pledging the property as security for the loan. What needs to be on that deed of trust? Not the promissory note. We talked about that already. Now we're talking about the deed of trust, the thing that pledges the property, which, by the way, is recorded. Remember, the promissory note was back here. Promissory note, let's recap it. It's not recorded. It's the money. Promissory note, the essential terms are the duration, the promise to repay, the signature of the borrower, and whether or not it's a negotiable instrument. By the way, they're not all negotiable. Probably, if anybody a member of a credit union or know what a credit union is, if you're a state employee, you might be a member of the state employees credit union. They're great. They're great. They're probably cheap to borrow money from. The thing is, quite often when they make a mortgage to you, they won't give you a fixed rate option. They'll require it to be an adjustable rate mortgage. But my point is, a lot of people like to borrow money to buy a house from a credit union because they guarantee, some of them, that they will never sell the loan. So it might be in that deed of trust that it will say this is not a negotiable instrument because we're not planning to sell it. We're going to keep it forever. We want to keep all of our loans. Might be why some people want to do a credit union loan instead of going to like a Bank of America. So the promissory note, here are the essential elements. And again, it's not recorded. The other document involved is the deed of trust, and that is recorded. You can look up your neighbor's deed of trust in the Register of Deeds on their website. Plug in the address, go to the look up on Google, Register of Deeds of Cabarrus County, Wake County, whatever county. You'll find the link to the Register of Deeds. It'll give you a search option, and you can plug in the name, and you'll see some choices. And it'll show the deed, and it'll show the deed of trust, both of which are recorded. It won't show the promissory note. That doesn't get recorded. Deed of trust is the collateral, security of the debt between the borrower and lender. What are the essential elements? The borrower has to sign it. We need to know what the property is. Better have a legal description. It'll also have the address, but it'll definitely have a good old, hopefully meets and bounds legal description, maybe a reference to a prior recorded deed sounding familiar from week 3 or 2, or a reference to a plat map. And then that deed of trust needs to be in writing. When I was brand new, first or second year in the business, I might have mentioned it before, my first experience as a dual agent, my seller was super laid back and casual. The buyer was super not. Fresh out of the military, full 3-piece suit every time, full, thick, vein in the forehead, throbbing with every thought and consideration of every decision. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy's going to put me through the ringer. He tried to read every page of the deed of trust. It's like an inch thick. And the attorney's like, well, you can certainly do that, but if you see something you don't like, you just won't be able to get the loan because there's no negotiating. The lender isn't going to let you strike through this word on page 7. It's just not going to happen. You either do it or you don't. He still read it. So I'm sitting there at the end of the table sweating. He's over here in the suit with the wife, I think I've told you, who had just seen it for the first time like yesterday. That never happens. And then on the other side was the seller, the lady, the female seller. I think it was a divorce thing. So she showed up. She had the house. It was hers to sell. And she showed up in sweatpants and a dog on a leash. Little Paris Hilton, little mini toy dog. So the opposite extremes. And she's just kind of lounging around. And he's over there like, argh. Anyway, don't try to read the whole deed of trust. Here are those provisions to the promissory note. The acceleration clause again. If you miss a payment, they want you to pay the entire amount owed, possibly. They could call it due because of the acceleration clause. If you try to sell the property, they can call the entire amount due. Got to pay them off with your proceeds. It's called the due on sale or alienation clause. And then maybe it has a prepayment penalty built in. But it doesn't if it's an FHA or VA loan, or in North Carolina if it's a primary residence, 150 or less. What does the borrower have to do? When you sign that deed of trust, what's the borrower agreeing to? Well, things that these conditions and these clauses are affecting. Things like, I'm going to pay. I will pay so that I can stay. They're also saying, look, I'm agreeing to pay the taxes and insurance. That's built into this deed of trust. Why? Why is that? Why are they having to put in writing to that lender that they understand they need to pay the taxes and insurance? Let's do the taxes. Remember our priority of liens? It's not the mortgage company that gets paid first. It's the government for missed property taxes. So the government could foreclose and mess up the mortgage company, the lender. Therefore, since the property tax entity, the government, is in the first position, the lender's requiring you to commit to paying those taxes. It's also why Usually the lender says, you know what, don't worry about paying the taxes. You pay us a little bit more in your monthly payment and we'll pay the tax bill when it comes due because we want to make sure it gets paid. We don't want you to forget. And then our ownership, our security instrument is in jeopardy, right? And then the insurance is, they want you to promise to pay that because if it burns down, right, that's the security there to make sure that there's some reimbursement if it blows up, burns down, something like that. They also make the borrower sign off promising in writing that they will maintain the property, not let it go to waste, not let it get trashed, and therefore lose value. By having all these things in writing from the borrower, they have enforceable they have an enforceable instrument that they can say, look, you're not complying with what you signed off on. And then also they require the borrower to ask the lender's permission to do any significant alterations. You don't have to ask your lender if you're allowed to repaint. But if you want to sell off a piece of your property, if you want to do anything significant to the structure, all of that is collateral for that loan. And they're not just going to be cool with you knocking out walls and stuff that might affect the value of the property. I had that situation come up, and I'm in that old house. I've told you about that. It's zoned industrial, and it was originally on 6 acres, but there's a 47-acre parcel behind me, and a developer wants to put townhouses and apartments back there. And so they have a main road coming through. Can't see in the mirror, and then that road needs to wrap around and come out their back entrance near me on my road, right around the corner. So they wanted to buy one of my acres in order to finish their main road. So they have a complete thoroughfare, an opening, an entrance, and an exit. Well, at the time I had a loan on the property. I'd had it for many years. I'd paid down a lot of it. I had to get permission from my lender in order to sell that one of 6 acres to this developer because I would be selling some of the collateral that I'd pledged as security for my mortgage, for my deed of trust, for my loan, right? And that turned into this long, drawn-out, annoying thing. I had to get an appraisal, and because it's zoned industrial, I had a normal appraiser come out for $500. That's fine. But he's like, oh, wait, this is for not even the house, but just that land over there. Well, you don't need a residential appraisal. You need a commercial appraisal of land. And I said, well, how much does that cost? And he said, probably like $2,000 instead of $500. So that means I would have had to pay it. And then the developer, the buyer, was getting annoyed at how long my lender was taking to go through this process and give permission. So they were threatening me to sue me over it. And I'm like, well, I want to sell it. It's not me, it's my lender. Finally, it got so annoying, and thankfully the loan balance was low enough that the amount that acre cost, I was able just to say, you know what, I'm not going to ask that lender's permission. I'm just going to pay the loan off, and they can just not get any more interest from me. So I didn't want to do that. I wanted to get the money from the sale and share it with my brother and split it and move on and keep making the house payment, because there's other benefits of a house payment. It was a pretty low interest rate. It's tax deductible on the interest. But I made that decision at the end just to get it over with and just pay off the whole loan. I know, right? Poor me. Don't have a house payment. Now, side note, because it's 5 acres in the city limits, I do have a tax bill of approximately $12,000. So I essentially have the equivalent of a house payment in form of taxes just because of the circumstance. But that lender would have had to give me permission to sell off that acre. The only reason I avoided it was to just pay off the loan entirely. If I had just started with that loan like a year or two ago, I wouldn't have been able to afford to pay off the whole loan. I was lucky that I had it since 2001. And I've been making payments for 15, or I guess at the time, 18 or 19 years. So I'd knocked down a significant amount of it. With that said, it's time. Please leave your name in the chat. We're going to make our way through this finance section. Keep going. Take the midterm. Go ahead and take it. And we'll talk about it when we come back together next Wednesday. Let me know of any questions. I'm available. Put things in the Notion. Feel free to text, email me. Now's the time when hopefully you're looking at some practice exams. Don't forget there's different resources. If you're test phobic or just want to prepare, there's, you can buy through a company called Learn Test Pass. You can buy access to as many as 1,200 test questions. They'll make mock tests for you. And that just gets you in that practice of answering questions. There's also some available through PSI, the testing company that you'll take your state exam from. They offer some sample tests, and I think Dearborn does, the publisher of the book, also. So seek those things out and let me know what I can do to help you. See you next week. You're welcome.